Good evening, Council. We're going to call our special council meeting to order for Wednesday, February the 12th, 2025 at 6:30. Number two is our declaration of pecuniary interest. Any members have a declaration this evening? See none, we'll move on to number three is our approval of the agenda. We have a motion that the agenda of the special council meeting for February the 12th, 2025 be approved as presented. Moved by Deputy Mayor LaRose, second by Councillor Waters. Comments or questions? See none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Council, we have two items for in-camera items this evening. I'm going to ask if any members wish to move into closed session for further questions of staff. Oh, seeing none, we'll move on. Reports from an in-camera meeting held. So the first one's regarding Fuller Avenue and Robert Street signalization project land acquisition at southwest corner of Robert Street East and Fuller Avenue. It's regarding file ENG 2025-02. We have a motion that the acquisition of the Daylight Triangle parcel of land located at the southwest corner of Robert Street East and Fuller Avenue for the purpose of adding to the Fuller Avenue right-of-way as outlined in the staff report ENG 2025-02 be approved. I'm going to look for a mover. Moved by Councillor Waters, second. Councillor LaRue. Comments? We'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. The second item was a report for your information. No motions required on that, Madam Clerk. Okay. We'll move on to a 6th question period from the medium public. Emily, I assume there's no one online for that portion of the meeting? I assume there's no one in the audience who wishes to comment on this portion of the meeting? All right, move on to adjournment at 6:32. It's moved by Councillor Waters, seconded by Councillor Marchand. Call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. We'll be back at 7 o'clock for our regular council meeting. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to our council meeting for Wednesday, February the 12th, 2025. I'm going to call our meeting to order at 7 p.m. Thank you for attending and being with us this evening. We're going to start with our land acknowledgement. Penetanguishene respectfully acknowledges that we are on the traditional and treaty territory of the Anishinaabe people and their ancestors, now known as the Williams Treaties First Nations territory. This includes the Chippewa Tri-Council, comprised of Bosley First Nation, Rama First Nation, and the Georgina Island First Nation, Alderville, Curve Lake, Hiawatha, and the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nations. Also once home of the Huron-Wendat and more recently the historic settlement of the Métis, Penetanguishene is now home to many Indigenous peoples. Penetanguishene is proud of its Indigenous name and, more importantly, that for thousands of years it has been and continue to be an important homeland and gathering place for Indigenous people. We recognize that we are the stewards and caretakers of these lands and waters and responsible to ensure that our Mother the Earth is here for future generations. And again, welcome everyone for joining us this evening. We appreciate the attendance. Council, I'm going to ask if we can rise, and I'm going to ask Councillor Marshaw if you can guide us, please. Sorry, my mistake. Councillor Drush, if you can guide us, please, in the council commitment.
Engagement du Conseil pour la ville de Penetanguishene. Nous sommes reconnaissants des nombreuses grâces accordées à Penetanguishene et à ses citoyens dont la liberté, les possibilités et la paix dont nous jouissons. Que nous soyons des intendants dignes de tout ce qui nous a été confié. Nous demandons que toutes les personnes présentes et celles qui n'ont pas pu se présenter nous aident à promouvoir une bonne gouvernance. Que nos décisions, à titre de membres du Conseil, soient éclairées et que nous soyons tous renforcés à prendre conscience de nos devoirs et responsabilités. Que l'on nous accorde la sagesse, les connaissances, la volonté et la compréhension qui nous permettront de préserver la bonne fortune de la ville au bénéfice de tous, ainsi que de faire de bonnes lois et prendre de sages décisions. Merci de votre présence.
Thank you, Councillor Drush. My apologies again. Councillor Waters.
We are grateful for the many gifts which have been bestowed on Penetanguishene and its citizens, including the gifts of freedom, opportunity, and the peace that we enjoy. May we be worthy custodians of all that has been entrusted to us, and we ask all in attendance and those that could not be here to assist us in promoting good government. May our decisions as members of council be enlightened, and may we all be strengthened in our awareness of our duties and responsibilities. May we be granted the wisdom, knowledge, will, and understanding to preserve the good fortune of the town for the benefit of all and to make good laws and wise decisions. And thank you for attending.
Thank you, Councillor Waters. Councillor, we're going to move on. Number 4 is our public safety announcement. Emily, I believe we have a recording from our chief, if you don't mind, please.
Hello, and welcome to this evening's council meeting. Before we start, just a few messages. For those that require the washrooms are located just outside of council chambers, to the right, down the hall. Town hall is protected by a single source fire alarm system. Should the fire alarm activate, please exit the building through the rear doors or the side doors, make your way down to the parking lot closest to the church. In the event of a medical emergency, please dial 911. The address for Town Hall is number 10 Robert Street West in Penetanguishene. And I'd like to remind everyone that we have a public access defibrillator just outside of council chambers. I wish you a safe and good council meeting. Bonsoir et bienvenue à la ville de Penetanguishene et à la salle de conseil. Avant que nous commençons ce soir, une couple de messages. Si vous avez besoin les chambres de bain sont situées juste à l'extérieur de la salle de conseil, au bout du corridor à votre droite. La salle de conseil est protégée d'un système d'alarme à feu de 1 stage. Si l'alarme à feu sonne, veuillez quitter la salle de conseil par les portes à l'arrière ou de côté et on se rejoint dans le stationnement près de l'église. En cas de problèmes médicaux, veuillez signaler le 911. L'adresse ici est le numéro 10 rue Robert-Ouest à Penetanguishene. Et je veux vous rappeler qu'il y a un défibrillateur public juste à l'extérieur de la caserne. Je vous souhaite une bonne soirée. Merci. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. If anybody in the public wishes to address council, we have an open forum this evening. You're welcome to address us on any matter. I have you just go to Madam Clerk to register for that when we get to that part of the agenda. Council, I'm going to move on. Number 5 is our approval of the agenda. We have a motion that the agenda of the regular council meeting for February the 12th, 2025 be approved as presented. Moved by Councillor Vadabonker, second by Councillor Leroux. Comments or questions? We'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Moving on, number 6, our declaration for community interest. Any members have a declaration this evening? Seeing none, if you're opposed to that at the time, please do let us know. We'll move on. Number 7 is our open forum. So this is the opportunity where you can address council for anything that is important to you. Madam Clerk, is anyone registered for open forum this evening?
Thank you, Your Worship. There's no one registered for open forum this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily Ice, is there anyone online that wishes to address council? Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to number 8 is our statement from members. This opportunity for council to share with the community the work they're doing on their behalf. I mentioned it last month. I'll do it again this month. I neglected to call on the Deputy Mayor in November. My mistake. So we'll give you first chance again this time, Deputy Mayor, and then we're going to move on to someone else. Deputy Mayor, to make up for my error in November. It's over to you.
That's not a problem. Thank you, Your Worship. We spent a lot of the last month fielding questions about snow removal. And there was people with issues and banks and sight lines and stuff, but on and on. I just wanted to say that the public really appreciates the work that Public Works is doing. You know, we all understand it's not a reasonable winter like normal, so we're out shoveling, they're out doing their part, and for the most part, our roads have been awesome. The one thing I will say, back on January the 20th, the mayor, the CEO, and myself attended a meeting at the Roma conference. We just went down for the day. We met with the Ministry of Infrastructure to propose our plan for our secondary water supply. So that was our big trip for the month. Went down there and had no fun at all. And we'll see if we get any money out of it. And that'll do it.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor DeRush.
Thank you. I did attend a public information session regarding water and wastewater rate subsidy, and that was on January 29th. And it was a great presentation. We're going to see it again tonight, but it was certainly enlightening. There was also on January 30th at the museum, at our museum in Penetanguishene, we did hold a session. Do you remember when? Vous en souvenez-vous? And it is a project that was possible through funding from the province. But what it was is we interviewed people from the community who have stories to tell. And so there were about 20 clips that we took from those interviews. And I personally had interviewed 5 of them. And the stories that were told were incredible. And now we have them registered. So there's already some on the website that were done in previous years. And these more recent ones will also be posted. I really encourage people to take a look because, like I said, the stories are incredible, and it is it's very informative. And lastly, I had the pleasure of attending the Years of Service celebration on February 11th, just recently this week, here in Council Chambers, where we recognize the contributions of 12 staffers who have been with us from 5 to 25 years. I think it's 12 staffers, 5 to 25 years. And again, very impressive. It just brings light to the reason why Penetanguishene is just a wonderful place to be, because of incredible commitment that we have from our staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rush. Councillor Waters.
On the 16th of last month, I went to an art showing at the CNCC where there's some Indigenous art that was on display, and it was kind of cool. 23rd, we had a flag raising here for Crime Stoppers. The 27th, I had a library meeting. 29th, I was also at the Water and Wastewater Public Information meeting here. And again, we're going to hear about that, I guess, tonight, I guess. The 30th, we had the Culture and Alliance film thing at the museum. On the 3rd Economic and Development meeting 11th was planning and development. 10th was finance and community services. And in addition to that, I have had many dozens of people coming in and talking to me about snow removal and stuff. And most of them were quite happy with the level of service they have. They had individual little complaints, but overall they were quite happy with it. And other than that, it's been a snowy month and lots of news to watch on TV.
Thank you, Councillor Waters. Councillor Vadebunker.
Thank you, Worship. I'm glad to hear that other members of council are getting inquiries about snow removal. I thought it was just me as the new chair of Transportation and Environment Services as of January 1st, but like the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Waters, I've been fielding a lot of calls as well, and I've been in conversation with our director, and he sent me a copy of our policy dealing with snow removal and snow plowing, and it lays it all out quite clearly. So I've been forwarding that document to different people that have contacted me. So just it explains, why we do what we do and how we do it. But as the Deputy Mayor pointed out, this is an extraordinary year with respect to snow. So I know myself, I have to take great care in exiting my driveway because my snowbanks are so tall at the roadway. So it's just a message for everybody that really have to take care. So other than fielding calls and emails with respect to snow removal, we had a committee of adjustment meeting on January 27th, which I chaired, and we dealt with a couple of items on that meeting. And that's it, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Vadebunker. Councillor Mershaw.
Thank you, Your Worship. As the representative for the SSCA board, I've been doing lots of work with the SSCA over the last little bit. Attended the leadership sustainability meeting, and thank you, Ms. Betty, for attending with me and sharing with other municipalities some of the work and initiatives that we're doing around sustainability and the environment. Always a really great opportunity to hear about some of the wonderful grants that are available and the work that the SSCA does on behalf of us in those applications and working in partnership. We have our Q4 board meeting tomorrow, which we had to defer from January, so we have lots on the agenda there. And also just wanted to pass along on behalf of the town of Penetanguishene condolences to the SSCA Executive Director, Julie Calley. She lost her mom, Barbara, on January 31st, so sending our condolences and thinking of her and her family at this time. And as a member, the chair of the Trails Committee, we have not had a meeting. Unfortunately, we've had a few members of the community step down, so there is a call for members of the community to join the Trails Committee. We would love to have you join and participate and be part of that committee. So if you or anybody who might be interested, we're a really fun group. We would really love to have some more community members be part of the Trails Committee. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mershaw. Councillor Leroux.
Thank you, Your Worship. The end of January, attended a meeting with Friends of the Museum in regards preparation for upcoming Winterama. Yesterday, I attended, along with Councillor DeRush and Your Worship, the year's recognition of town employees, 12 in total with 5 years or more. Well done. And then followed that with a pre-council meeting for Recreation Community Services with our Director of RCS. And just want to take at this time to say that I wouldn't expect that all members of council haven't received calls or been approached in regards to the excess snow. And I say kudos to our public works employees who have been working diligently to deal with the matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Leroux. CLEs.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple quick things. One, members of council have already touched on it, but the winter weather that we're receiving and the work and the efforts of our roads crew out there, their tenacious and dedicated efforts certainly are very evident. So certainly staff are also fielding a number of calls. I would take it a little step further and just say this snow and this weather certainly impacts departments municipally county-wide. Every department is touched and impacted in some way, shape, or form with the weather, the snow, the cold, and not only public-facing services, but also internal services. So thank you to all staff that are fielding and having to deal with this weather. The second piece is, and it was touched on, but Brian Murray, our Director of Public Works, and his team hosted a public information center on January 29th for our water and wastewater utility rate study that was open to the public. So thank you to Brian and his team and members of council and members of the public that did attend. And then last but not least, I would be remiss if I didn't mention those that are in charge of the weather and bringing us the appropriate weather for this coming weekend's Winterama. I know our RCS staff have done the weather dance over the last several weeks, and clearly it's been successful. So Sherry and Marla and Cole and the entire team, it's going to go off without a hitch, and certainly looking forward to it. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Cialis. Thank you, members of council. I won't repeat everything that was shared, but just a couple of things I want to highlight. First, I want to thank our CEO, Jeff Lees. I want to thank Brian Murray. I want to thank Carrie Robio. I want to thank Emily. We did our delegation to Roma, but we were equipped with such stellar information. Like, it was hard not to have a tremendous presentation. Thank you. That package was stupendous, and I think we're armed with success. So I know a lot of work was put in to help us be successful. So thank you for that work to make that a good presentation. I also want to talk about the OPP Detachment Board. So we've been talking about the new governance structure for our local police services board. We have an OPP board which services Midland, Penetanguishene, Tiny Township, Tate Township, and Georgian Bay Township. It comprises of a member of council from each municipality. Each municipality is also appointed a member from the public, and the province is appointed 3. So we had our first inaugural meeting a couple of weeks back in Tate Township, and we're starting the good work that we're going to do representing the community's interest from a community wellness perspective. I have the honor to chair that committee. The work will now begin. So we look forward to reporting back to you about the work that we'll be doing at the OPP board, and I'll keep you apprised as we progress forward. Okay, we'll move on, council. Number 9 is our public meeting. We have none this evening. Number 10 is delegations. We have a couple this evening. We did have a third one regarding the Penetanguishene Garden Club, but that's going to be deferred to a future meeting. So council, what I will do is we'll have a couple members for a couple of these check presentations, and then when the Garden Club comes, we'll have the remaining 2 come at that time. So why don't we start for our Georgian Bay physician recruitment? We'll have our chair and vice chair of FCS join me if we can. Okay. All right. So our first check this evening, so this is from our budget process we went through and completed with the great work that's done by staff to prepare all of our budget deliberations. Our first one that we're going to present tonight is for our Georgian Bay Physician Recruitment Program and supporting the good work that they do to bring physicians to serve our communities. So on behalf of the community, we're going to make a contribution to the Georgian Bay Physician Recruitment for $10,000. Now, I understand. Help me, Emily or Kelly. Oh, it's right here. We just didn't fill it out. So it's a blank check. It's a blank check. It's a blank check of $10,000 on behalf of our community. But thank you for all that you do. And maybe we'll go to the front and get some pictures up.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor and councilors, for all your support and supporting the innovation, and to Dr. Galiski for championing this activity to help us make excellent care personal for the community. And it's very difficult recruiting everywhere in the province in a place where the doctors just don't exist. So we've got to do everything you possibly can to be creative and innovative in creating a frictionless environment for people to move. So thank you very much for your contribution. You're making a big difference.
Can we have our chair and vice chair of transportation join us, please? So our next community contribution is to Community Reach regarding transportation linking communities. Community Reach does fabulous work supporting our community. And we do know that many of our citizens utilize the great service that Community Reach does. On behalf of the town of Penetanguishene, our contribution is $7,150. And Cindy Hastings, Executive Director, will be receiving this on behalf of the town. Cindy, thanks so much. I don't know if you want a couple words or just take the money and run. Okay. Yeah, right. Let's go up there. So this one you can't pause. All right, thank you for that. We're going to move on to 10B. It's a presentation from the Ships Company of Penetanguishene. I believe we have someone here from the organization to help. We do limit to 10 minutes, so if we can keep it on track. I will remind us, but
Our checkers.
it's in the mail. Floor is yours.
Well, good evening, Mr. Mayor and Deputy Mayor and councillors. My name is Wendy, but most people know me as Birdie, and I am the president of the Ships Company of Penetanguishene and also the events coordinator. We're a group of over 30 volunteers, and we build, maintain, and sail replica 1812 gunboats. And during the spring, summer, and fall, we are a tourist attraction at the town dock and out in the water. And also, when we're at events out of town, we promote Penetanguishene and its naval history. So at this time, I would like to introduce Mr. Paul Mallion, who is a director and a past president of the Ships Company, to elaborate.
Evening, everyone. This is a very exciting time for me. 10 minutes is really going to be a challenge. However, let's start with this slide one. And the reason I picked this slide, these are our boats that we built. The Badger, the Lynx, the Revenge, and our little Otter, our new addition. But I want to put the logo on Penetanguishene specifically forward on slide one. Can't you see a similarity between Ships Company and the logo for Penetanguishene? I think it looks pretty similar. Okay, who are we? This is some of the crew. We go to a lot of different events. That's the crew in the boat shop, and this is a crew at one of our events. We have a little video that I'm going to show. We got a grant from Simcoe Experience, and we created a promotional video. So if we can run that, please. And John was our narrator.
The Ships Company of Penetanguishene is a non-profit organization sanctioned by the Ontario Historical Society. Our volunteer group of 30-plus people are dedicated in preserving traditional seamanship skills and knowledge. We conduct training workshops in woodworking, rope work, sailing theory with a focus on the Great Lakes and the British Royal Navy. In support of our training efforts, we have created several training modules that walk individuals through the 4 stages of being a competent sailor with the end result of becoming a coxswain or skipper of the vessels. Throughout the sailing season, we attend a number of paid events and sail twice per week. Over the years, the Ships Company has built and sailed a number of replica early 1800s gunboats and currently have 3 sailing vessels. If this sounds interesting to you, please visit our website.
So that gives us a good, by the way, before I want to start, I should have said thank you for all the people from Ships Company who are giving me a lot of moral support. I mean, you probably haven't had so many people in a meeting than this group. Anyways, we got about 14 or 15, about half of our crew are here. So thanks for coming out to help me along. Okay, let's do the next slide, please. No, yeah, this, yeah. There, oh, there you go. That's okay, Emily. Here we go, great, thank you. Okay, we've got some talking points here, but in a big overview, Bertie mentioned already, but we're a group of dedicated members. We're dedicated to the preservation of marine heritage, boat building practices in and around Penetanguishene between the years of 1800 and 1850. That's why you see all these uniforms. I'm a 1812 British sailor, and all this crew, this is what they would wear back in 1800. So we do reenactments in this costume and uniforms. The group started originally in 2000. I wasn't there at the time, but the founding people, there's a lot of founding people here started it. The group started with at Discovery Harbor. They were sailing on the Bee and the Tecumseh, and that was with the Ontario government. And they used to take people out on these sailing ships. Unfortunately, the Mike Harris government was elected, funding it was gone. And so we had these members that didn't know what to do with themselves. They're so used to sailing. So what happened is that they created the Ships Company of Penetanguishene. We have 7 directors, a president and directors, and a secretary treasurer. Robert is our secretary treasurer. Bertie is our president. Not for profit. We actually incorporated the business in 2001. So we're an incorporated business, a not-for-profit company. Next slide. So we do lots and lots of paid events. And I'll give you a little less in a few slides. You'll be surprised. Not only in Penetang, not only in Midland, but far-reaching as Halifax. We go to Port Colborne. We go to Wasaga. We just have a whole bunch of paid events that we've been participating in over the number of years. We also build and fix boats. We've built 5 boats. We showed just 3 on the slides, but we've built 5 boats since 2000. We teach anybody who comes out, we can teach them how to sail on these 19th century gunships. We also offer a very comprehensive educational modules to take members and individuals from a seaman level right up to a coxswain, where they will be able to actually skipper one of these 3 or 4 boats that we have. So it's really, really good. And we also have educational seminars. Some of our members here, Chris has done a very good educational seminar in the Royal Navy in the Napoleonic era. Other people have done navigation. So we do a heck of a lot, not only for the community, but we're just busy. Next. Okay, this is the Badger. The Badger was our second boat. It's 36 feet long, sorry. We built it as a result of a Trillium grant. They gave us money for the motor, the money for the sails, and a trailer. So we started that in 2000. 2001, July 1st, we launched it in Penetang. And we actually launched it without the spars, the mast, and any of the rigging. We're so excited we had launched it without it. So it's a gigantic rowboat at the time. So, but it's a beautiful boat. We can put up 9 sails. It's our flagship, and we love sailing that boat, and it's very seaworthy. It's great. Next slide. Okay, this is the Lynx, not that one on the right. Mark pointed out that wasn't Lynx, but I really like the picture, so I put it up anyway. This is the Lynx. The Lynx was our fourth boat, 35 feet, almost the same as Badger. Once again, Trillium grant. We're very good at getting Trillium grants. We've had 4. They gave us money for a motor, sales, and a trailer. And that we started in 2010. So that was a really good addition to the fleet. Next. These next two, on the right is our very first venture called the HMS Revenge, 14-foot. We started, not me, the group started construction in 1999. They started in somebody's basement. It got too big for the basement. So the town of Penetanguishene let us use their blacksmith shop at the time. Now we're going back now 25 years. And as a result of that, we got bigger and we launched that boat July 1st in the year 2000. The one on the left is a very interesting story. We built this boat. It was originally called the HMS Star. It was built for a group that found us out in London, Ontario. We put together a plan. I didn't build it, but I helped in the letter of agreement. We built it, sold it, made $5,000 doing it. And just recently, meaning last year, the people said to us, listen, we can't use this anymore. Storage costs too much. What would you like to take the damn boat back? So we said, what's it? It's just another boat. So we changed it from the Star to the Otter, and we're going to sell that little boat this year. So we've got 4. Next, please.
I'll just let you know we got 2 minutes left, please.
All right. Here's where our source of revenue comes from. Fees, mostly government grants, paid events. We sold assets because we build and sell things. Next slide. There's our financial supporters. Next slide. Electric motor that we put in Badger. Thank you, Trillium. Next slide. New sales. 8 new sales going to be, we're getting them this year. We just got a Trillium grant last year. 8 new sales, $13,500. Thank you, Trillium. Next. These are some of the events over the last number of years. I'm highlighting 2. The one in red, that's what's most relevant to you. And guess what? We do those for free. All those others are paid events. That's how we sustain ourselves. But because we like you so much, and you help us with the boat shop and reasonable lease and boat slips, we thank you for that. And we feel at least we can give back. So we're in the Winterama. Next slide. That was last year. We're in this coming weekend. Next slide. Also in the July 1st. July 1st. Next slide. Francis, who's over here, Francis is our gunner. Everybody loves the cannon. Next. There's the boat shop in a good day. Here's what it looks like now. We're going to have to pull that boat out to get it to the road. Next slide. Our workshop, over the years, this really good workshop, really developed great number of tools. Everybody's donated time and effort to this. Next. It's just really quite a fascinating spot to be in with all these riggings and shrouds and strays and all that stuff. Next. I told you that we build and fix and repair. Those are 3 examples that we've done and we've sold. And we made almost $10,000 last year as a result of our efforts. People hear about us and we're such good boat builders. They just come and we say, we'll see if we can squeeze you in. Next. Our celebrity, I couldn't leave this slide. Francis is our number 1, our resident artist. He's a fabulous artist, but he gets all of the PR on City TV. So anytime they want to talk to anybody, I think Francis is looks like a sailor from 1812. Next slide. This is part of the crew. A stormy crossing in Orillia. They went to Pirates Day in Orillia. I wasn't there, thank goodness, because that was a big storm they went through. But they're all here today. They survived. Next. And I just put this up. This was at Fort Willow. I thought it was great because Mark is one of our go-to. These are all people from Ship's Company. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, from Francis. Next slide. I'm going to leave you with some of these pictures. These are some of our members. We've got Mike, Eileen, Frank, Peter. Next slide. Verdi, of course. Mark is our guy, and I'm holding the sign. And thank you very much.
So I want to thank you. I've said many times what make Penetanguishene so great is the people and the community. And this is an example of a community of people coming together and supporting this great venture. And thank you for the invite last year at the launching event. I was happy to be there. If I was thinking, I would have wore the hat you gave me last year, but I wore it with pride this year, especially as a Nova Scotia. But thank you. Tonight, we do have something on our committee of the whole agenda to talk about the agreement. I'll ask council, do you have any questions for our presenter this evening that you would like to bring up now? Thank you so much on behalf of the community for all the work that you do. Thank you. And thanks for keeping that succinct in the 10 minutes. We appreciate that. Thank you. That's all good. All right, let's move on. 10Cs are employee recognition years of service. I believe, all members of council have mentioned this, and Councillor Drashi did mention that about the stupendous work everyone does. I think it's important we highlight that whether or not our employees hit a milestone year this year at 5, 10, or 30-year milestone, everybody does stupendous work throughout the year. So whether it was your 6th year or 11th year or your 30th year, thank you. CO Lees, I believe there's a presentation for this. I'm going to turn it to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. We do have a little video that we've put together thanks to our communications and IT coordinator, Brittany Bunn. She's done an excellent job at pulling that together. It does highlight 12 of our employees that are celebrating an accumulated 205 years of service in 2024. So a pretty exciting time for the town of Penetanguishene. So with that, I will ask Emily to pull up the video. We did host a drop-in opportunity yesterday for staff, and some members of council have noted that. And it was just a really good opportunity to recognize, show appreciation, and truly celebrate the efforts of our employees. And again, whether they're celebrating a milestone year or not, everyone plays a role in advancing the ball down the field, and the true success that we at the town of Penetanguishene, on behalf of the community, exemplify day in and day out. So with that, Your Worship, I'd like to ask Emily to pull the video up for council and the community's viewing. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jeff Lees, and I have the great honor and privilege of being the Chief Administrative Officer for the town of Penetanguishene. I'd like to take a moment to celebrate and congratulate our outstanding municipal staff members who have reached significant milestones in their years of service with our organization. It's truly a privilege to have such dedicated individuals who have committed themselves to our shared goals and objectives over the years. The impact of their hard work extends beyond our team, touching the lives of residents, businesses, and visitors in countless ways. To those staff members with 5, 10, and 15 years of service, thank you for your commitment. Your enthusiasm and perseverance serve as a shining example to all, and your contributions have been vital to our ongoing success. To those celebrating 20 and 25 years with us, thank you for your remarkable expertise and dedication. Your service is extraordinary and inspiring, and the difference you've made on our organization is undeniable. Finally, to those who have been with us for 30 years, you embody the true spirit of a dedicated public servant. Your passion, commitment, and unwavering support continue to inspire us all. Thank you for your enduring contributions to both our organization and the community. At the core of our achievements lies the spirit of collaboration. Each individual's unique talents merge to create something far greater than what could ever be accomplished alone. It is when we lift each other up, face challenges head on, and stay committed to our shared vision that we unlock the extraordinary. True progress isn't driven by individual effort alone. It thrives on the collective strength of a community working together to build something meaningful and lasting. On behalf of Mayor Rawson, council, staff, and the entire community, I want to express our deepest gratitude to each and every one of our outstanding staff members. The work you do is vital to the success of our organization, and your contributions are the cornerstone of our continued growth and progress. Every single day, you make a lasting impact, and together, your collective brilliance propels us forward. Congratulations once again on reaching these impressive milestones, and I look forward to continuing our work together to achieve even greater heights.
Wow, thank you so much. Thank you, CEO Elise, to you and your team for the work every day. And like you mentioned, highlighting these milestones for everyone. So thank you. Let's move on to number 10D, is a presentation from our Chief Administrative Officer regarding a year in review for 2024. You know, we often hear what's not working, but I think we have lots to celebrate what is working. And I think here in our municipality, we have so many successes that we should all be proud of. I'm happy that our CEO is going to identify those and celebrate our successes and great work that's been done. CEO Elise.
Thank you, Your Worship. Members of Council, appreciate the opportunity to present this annual presentation. And I'll just ask for us to move forward to the next slide, please. And we'll move on to the next slide. This evening, I'm going to run through a few things. This is just a kind of a picture of the organization. It looks daunting, but it's really not. It really just kind of articulates what our organization structure looks like, and everyone on that chart plays a vital role in the success of the organization. Next slide, please. This first slide talks a little bit about corporate services and mayor and council support. I'm not going to highlight everything on every slide because I'll be here all night, and I know I want to keep myself to the 10-minute mark, and I've got a timer going here. But one thing on this slide I do want to touch on is one thing that we're focusing on corporate-wide is a real push to update and implement standard operating procedures across the organization. So you can see on this slide, there's over 250 across all departments in the organization that we are really hammering home and focusing for the betterment of the community and for the betterment of staff. The other piece I want to highlight is throughout the year, we did have 4 different delegations to different ministries on different matters of interest, which are important opportunities to help tell the story of Penetanguishene and really have an opportunity to chat with the different ministries. Next slide, please. This next slide, you know, lots of numbers, lots of data on this slide. One thing that really sticks out to me is we have over 60 different organizations that submit lottery licenses and annual reports and monthly reports. And you can see there we had in excess of 700 submissions throughout the year that need to be reviewed, analyzed, and followed up on with these different organizations and businesses. With respect to human resources, a number of different milestones there, but just the number of interviews and training hours that are required throughout the year is incredible given the resources we have dedicated to that throughout the organization. Next slide, please. From a communication lens, we're pushing out on average 3 posts on social media on the different platforms on every single business day. So it's pretty incredible. Some days are more, some days are less, but we really try and utilize all our platforms to help get the message out across the organization. And you can see there are almost 800 service requests through our third party that facilitates our IT. Next slide, please. From an accounting and budget and finance perspective, lots of data. We love numbers in finance, so lots of data up here, but just incredible in terms of the number of water bills, property tax bills, the amount of vendor payments and accounts receivable that are processed. And I think we take pride in our budget process. We think we've got one of the best processes municipally, and certainly the numbers up here in terms of consultations, online budget surveys, et cetera, is telling news. Next slide, please. Fire and emergency services. In 2024, we had a significant number of calls. As you can see there, 231 calls, which was, and we're certainly trending in 2025 to be a record month in January. So that continues forward. a number of different inspections, training hours. Training hours continue to increase in accordance with the legislation that the province has implemented. So certainly working really hard to meet those obligations. Next slide, please. Planning and community development, there's a couple real huge wins on this slide. Certainly the Affordable and Sustainable Housing Community Improvement Plan was an exciting project, as well as you see on this evening's agenda our Heritage Designation Project, which is again an exciting opportunity and an exciting milestone for the department. Building services and bylaw, you can see, continue to be busy. Lots of occurrences, lots of permits. You can see that we issued 161 permits and roughly 613 inspections, so an average of 4 inspections per permit. But that really differs based on the type of permit. Some permits require more inspections, as you can appreciate, but pretty incredible when you think about every permit on average, it requires 4 inspections. So staff going out, inspecting, working with the developer, working with the resident to ensure that their needs are met from that perspective. Next slide, please. Recreation, lots of exciting things happening in recreation. Lots of different events, lots of new initiatives, new programs. I think I don't know that I've really talked to anyone that doesn't look forward to our programs and has really great things to say about the work that our team does from a recreation and programming perspective. So lots of exciting things happening there. The wharf, again, a very busy spot, one of the busiest wharfs, municipal marinas around, and I think for all good reasons. One of the exciting things here, we've released a request for proposal for a small boat tour operator. Again, on this evening's agenda, you'll see those results come to fruition, and we're excited about that opportunity for this coming summer. Next slide, please. Museum, almost 10,000 visitors. That includes our events as well. But pretty incredible when you think about a small community of 10,000 people, that would be like every single resident at some point throughout the year visiting our museum. So pretty incredible, a real jewel, a real gem in our community. New genealogy courses offered, as you can see there, through a grant that we received. So, really exciting things happening at the museum. Our arena is a spectacular facility. It's the cornerstone from a recreation and wellness and community hub perspective. So lots of fun things happen at the arena, not just the ice and the floor in the summer. Next slide, please. Events, I think the numbers on the slide speak for themselves, but I do want to highlight 2, and I don't want to, but I do want to highlight 2, and that's the Seniors Barbecue and Seniors Information Day. Real staple events in our community. 300 attendees at the Seniors Barbecue, over 200 at the Seniors Information Day, and every time that we as staff have an opportunity to look back and reflect on those events, we're just amazed at the support that these events receive from our community members, the volunteers that make them happen. Pretty incredible. And certainly the committees that help drive these events forward. They wouldn't happen without the volunteers and the committees. Next slide, please. Transportation Environmental Services. Work orders, you can see we're in excess of 1,000 work orders for both water, wastewater, and certainly roads as well. Lots of things happen, and this slide says a lot. It has a lot of information on there. One of the exciting things from a water perspective is our Robert Street West Well system project at the detailed design. And we continue to make great strides and great efforts from a roads maintenance perspective. And again, you can see that towards the bottom part of the right-hand side of that slide. Next slide, please. This last kind of section of the presentation details the strategic plan. And I'm not going to go through it in the same level of detail as I have kind of the first half of the presentation. We will kind of advance through these slides. If I can just get you to go to the next slide, please, Emily. This slide here talks about revitalizing Main Street and what we've done from a community improvement plan perspective, undertaking the parking study, which there'll be some discussion this evening on as well. If I can go to the next slide, please, Emily. This next one talks about developing key properties, and it talks about multi-use rec center, Ojibwe Landing, lots of good progress happening there. We expect to receive our record of site condition with Ojibwe Landing within this quarter of 2025, which is exciting. If we move to the next slide, please. This one talks about a variety of housing options and leveraging municipal and/or other property, ensuring that there's a diverse supply of housing. We know that we participated in the County of Simcoe's Call for Land, which is an exciting project for us to support at the lower tier level. Next slide, please. This next one talks about improving public transit. If we can just go to the next slide, please, Emily. This next one talks about our infrastructure plan, working within North Simcoe, Simcoe County. We hosted an e-bike workshop where other municipalities participated. If we just go to the next slide, please, Emily. This one talks about promoting our unique culture, and as we know this evening, there's a report that will deal with that, but real exciting opportunity that Andrea and her team has led. Next slide, please. This one talks again about historic culture in Penetanguishene, and we're excited with the new formation of an ad hoc cultural event committee for a cultural festival, a real opportunity for Penetanguishene, and certainly aligns with what our community is about. Next slide, please. Busy slide, but lots happening from a cycling perspective. As you can see, one of the exciting things, we've joined the On the Move committee with James Keating and Simcoe Muskoka District Health Unit to develop an active school travel plan. So among many other things, that's certainly something that we're excited about. Next slide, please. Developing green initiatives. I'm happy to say that we've got at the back of the room, we've implemented some green bins and other kind of waste management initiatives that certainly support what our friends at the County of Simcoe are doing. Next slide, please. This one talks about identifying our current visitor profile and promoting our current strengths, tourism partners, and again, lots happening from a tourism perspective with the County of Simcoe as well as North Simcoe. Next slide, please. This last one, theme 6, talks about corporate action plans, prioritizing town infrastructure, developing a long-range financial plan, and maintaining and ensuring our service excellence strategy is top of mind. Next slide, please. This one talks about building partnerships, and I talked a little bit about the On the Move committee with James Keating. Next slide, please. Supporting staff, striving to be an employer of choice. There's a number of things and number of initiatives that we've completed and/or undertaking currently to really be an employer of choice. And I think this action item aligns very much so with the presentation and the video that we just heard in the very last item. Next slide, please. And Your Worship, that's it. I wanted to just say 2 other quick things. One is this presentation and the great work of the municipality and staff is really through the senior leadership team and the entire team as a whole. And one of the things we are committed to doing is reporting back late in 2025 with a dedicated update on the community-based strategic plan that we'll be able to dive a little bit deeper on. It will be a 2-year, we will have had it in place for 2 years at that point. So we're excited to report back on that later this year. And certainly from the team's perspective, looking forward to another busy but successful 2025. Thank you, Your Worship.
See, Elise, thank you so much. That probably could have been a 2-hour presentation. There are so many great things on there. I want to just comment on one item if I can. You mentioned about the budget and the great process we take on our budget. And I think that's key to program like. I did speak with Director Murray this evening about, we got approved early. Now you can get started on the RFPs and getting that work done. Our friends are just going through that process, and the Deputy Mayor can attest. When we're at county, a lot of our neighbors are saying, you guys have such a good process. How do you do it? So hats off to staff for the work they do. Council, comments or questions from the CEO's presentation? Councillor Vedabunker.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to make a comment because I know that it was on the slide, but you didn't mention it, Mr. CAO. And that was the tremendous effort, team effort to deal with 78 Main Street. That was kind of an extra layer of responsibility in addition to all the corporate functions that were outlined there that was just thrust upon the municipality. And everybody stepped up in the organization and dealt with that and dealt with it very well, in my opinion. And I just wanted to highlight that as something because you didn't say anything about it, and I thought it was just an extra layer of things that you had to deal with. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vedabunker. Any other, Councillor Marchand?
I would just echo, I appreciate the presentation as part of our council package because this is a public document. I think it's important for our residents to see the amount of, amount of calls that you're responding to from a fire perspective, the amount of programs that we're offering, the amount of permits, the amount of hours bylaws putting in, just all of the great work of all of the different sections. So it's a great piece of information that's pulled together that we can share out in community to really celebrate all of the things that do get achieved and things that pop up that we continue to deal with, the staff continues to deal with. And honestly, I feel like you make our jobs a little bit easier, quite a bit easier as members of council. And, to echo your worship's point with regards to our budget process, we are the envy of the municipal world. And it's nice to be sitting here and knowing that we're moving forward for 2025. So kudos to yourself, the leadership team, and our great staff that make Town of Penetanguishene what it is. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Marchand. Any other members? All right, thank you so much, CLEs. We appreciate the update. And again, thanks to you and the entire team for the work every day. We are the envy, and it's due to the work that everyone does. So thank you. All right, Council, let's move on to number 11, is our adoption of minutes not already confirmed. I have a motion that reads that the following minutes of council meetings be confirmed and adopted as circulated. Special council for January 22nd, 2025, and council for January 22nd, 2025. I'm going to look for a mover. It's moved by Councillor Waters, second by Deputy Mayor. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Number 12 is our consent agenda. We have nothing this evening. 13 is matters for consideration. We have nothing this evening. 14 is presentations and considerations from our committee of the whole report. For the public's interest, last month at our January meeting, after council convenes, we move into committee of the whole. That committee of the whole report from last month comes forward tonight for council to further debate, revise, or approve them as presented. I'm going to call on each chair of those sections to bring forward that report tonight. So that's just from a process perspective what we're going to do now. I'm going to turn to our Chair of Transportation Environmental Services section, Councillor Vedabunker, please.
Thank you, Worship. So I'm just going to hit the highlights of the Transportation Environmental Services section meeting of January 15th. We had one consent item, which was the Transit Committee meeting minutes from September 10th. We had one matter for consideration, and that section is recommending that council enter into a maintenance agreement with Aramosa Engineering for the provision of SCADA support services. This is a renewal agreement. They provide support to the water and wastewater operations. They've been doing so for about 15 years and are providing excellent service. So it's a 3-year renewal, and it's being recommended for approval. There were no new referral items, and there's 2 items that remain on the list. Thank you, Worship, and I'd like to move adoption of the Transportation Environmental Services section portion of the Committee of the Whole agenda.
Thank you, Councillor Vedabunker. And your seconder is Deputy Mayor?
Deputy Mayor.
Deputy Mayor. Any further comments or questions, or anybody want to pull anything for further debate? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Councillor Leroux for Recreation, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. January 15th council meeting, there were 3 items received for information. 1, the Wellbeing and Accessibility Committee minutes of September 26, 24, the Multi-Use Recreation Center update, and the fee waiver request 2024. We had 2 matters for consideration. One was the Recreation Facilities Assessment, and the second was a Transitional Employment Program Memorandum of Understanding with Waypoint Center for Mental Health. So, Your Worship, with that, it is moved by myself and seconded by Deputy Mayor LaRose that the recommendations contained within the Committee of the Whole report related to Recreation and Community Service section be approved.
Councillor Leroux, thank you so much. Any members wish to pull any for further debate? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Councillor Marchand.
sorry, for our section, we had no we had no matters under consent agenda, no matters for consideration, and nothing else was added for our section. Do I still need to move it and do those things? Okay, so I would move as the chair of sorry, I was confused with the jumping around. Finance and Corporate Services section. I approve and second by Councillor Waters that the recommendation contained in the Committee of the Whole report related to Finance and Corporate Services section be approved.
Any members wish to pull any for further discussion? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Councillor DeRush.
Thank you very much. The Planning and Community Development Services section had 3 consent agenda items. The first was a fourth quarter update regarding development activities in the town. The second was the Municipal Law Enforcement Officers December monthly activity report. And the third was a building code updates. It was recommended that these items be received for information. The section had 1 matter for consideration, and it was the parking strategy recommendations. A number of questions and requests for clarification were raised, and the matter was referred back to staff. Because I was absent at the January's Committee of the Whole meeting, I will ask that the Vice Chair of the Planning Community Development section, Bill Waters, moves the motion. And can I get a seconder, please? Seconded by Councillor Marchand, that the motion that the recommendations contained within the Committee of the Whole report relating to Planning Development Services section be approved.
Thank you very much, Councillor DeRush. Any members wish to pull any for further comment or discussion or debate? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Moving on is 15 presentations, consideration, and report for special committees. We have none. 16 motions of which notice has previously been given. We have none. 17, do any members of council wish to present a notice of motion? Seeing none, we're going to move on to 18, consideration of bylaws. Do any member wish to pull any for further comment? Okay, seeing none. The motion reads that the Council of the Town of Penetanguishene introduced the following bylaws: 2025-05, a bylaw to authorize the entering into a memorandum of understanding with Waypoint Center for Mental Health Care for the provision of transitional employment opportunities, and that the bylaws be read a first time, deemed to read a second and third time, and carried. Can I look for a mover, please? Councillor Waters, seconded by Deputy Mayor. Comments or questions? We'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. I mention every meeting, the mayor and deputy mayor right now sit at county council to represent your interests. The deputy mayor reports back to the community about the work that's happening in the county. Deputy mayor, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple of quick things. January the 28th, the mayor and I attended an annual age-friendly recognition award ceremony held at the county in Midhurst, and it was really nice to see the recognition given to the people that look after our older senior population. And it went to individuals, it went to businesses, it went to service clubs, all that supply services and goods to help these people get along. We had a county meeting yesterday, and as I mentioned to most of you in between the time we had, it was really quick. It was, you know, we're at the same spot that we are here in the town where our budget is done. We're just working on implementation of stuff, so things were going quite good. We did have a presentation, though, on a new dashboard that tracks available spots for people that need them. If they're in a crisis or if they're out of the cold, those types of things. So the service providers can go onto this dashboard now and find out if there is an available room in the area that you are. So the service providers of that will be very happy. The other thing I wanted to talk about just briefly is I had mentioned to council before about the composition makeup of county council. We will be dealing with a public meeting on March the 11th. And having a couple of meetings in between, the scuttlebutt around is in all directions. Everybody has a point of interest to make, so it will be quite interesting, but we will be able to report back to you after the 11th takes place. And with that, Your Worship, that'll do it for the county.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Any members of council, comments or questions for the Deputy Mayor on county business? I added that as a new little thing. Let's move on. Number 20 is announcements and inquiries. Any members, Councillor Roux, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Naturally, it's a Winterama weekend. And so just to let everyone know that it's going to be a very fun-filled weekend, 2 solid days, Saturday and Sunday. We have the Winterama Craft Show at the museum, the Friends of the Museum's Pea Soup and Chili Sale. We have Croaker Curl, which takes place also at the museum. Winterama Ice Fishing done by the Knights of Columbus. Quite a number of events at the Town Dock. And the Winterama Youth Arm Wrestling Tournament, Winterama Adult Arm, and then we have the Lumberjack Show, and then Sunday follows with the North Simcoe Rotaract Cardboard Toboggan Races up off Lauren, the Family Skate Party, and so it is a fun-filled, complete, total fun-filled weekend, and kudos to our Rec and Community Services staff, Sherry, Roy, Angel, and Marla, and Cole. So kudos, and everybody come out and enjoy.
Thank you so much, Councillor Roux. And I think we should also extend our thanks to Brian and his team, because without some help with moving snow, it might be more difficult for our recreation team. But thank you so much, Councillor Marchand.
Thank you. I'll just add, fireworks are moved to Saturday night this year so that nobody's waiting to see them on Friday evening. So take your Valentine out because it is Valentine's Day on Friday. Just 2 quick things for me. I just wanted to share and support that the Penetanguishene Lions Club is running the Effective Speaking Contest. Registration is open until Monday, the 17th of February. So it's an opportunity for children in grades 4 to 6 and 7 to 12 to put together a speech and present, and an opportunity to win. Myself and Councillor Duresh will be judges for that. I had the opportunity last year, and it was really a lot of fun. The other thing I also would like to just share and support that Chigamit Community Health Center, along with other partners within the community, will be hosting a Forum Access de Santé at 2025. So it is an event to really talk about a day of identifying all of the wonderful services that are available for our Francophone community. It is open to everyone of the public. Many of us service providers will be there. It's at the Brookley. It starts at 9, runs till 4. So if you're a Francophone in the community or want to just come and hang out and speak parle en français pour la journée with us and learn about all of the great services, it really is focused from infancy to seniors in terms of all of the available services from a wraparound perspective, primary care, social services, mental health support, all of those things. And also we're doing some work on identifying where the gaps are and how we can really try to address those for our Francophone members. So no cost to anybody. Would love to have you on the 20th of March. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Councillor Marchand. Any other members, announcements or inquiries?
Just
Deputy Mayor.
I was almost forgot, would be remiss. As most council members know, it is our mayor's birthday today. So I just wanted to let the public know that it's happy birthday to His Worship Mayor Rawson.
Thank you so much, Deputy Mayor. Thank you. I think we need to also send a big thanks. We've said it many times tonight, but to Brian and your crew. And I just want to send out a little, we do hear good things, but I think the nasty things we don't need to hear. There's lots of stuff going around on social and otherwise. I know our team's doing the best they can. Have some patience. We don't need to get the nasties. Brian, kudos. We're doing great work out there. I just want you to know, I hear lots and lots of goods and we've celebrated those. The nasties, don't worry about them. I know we're doing stupendous work. And Jeff, I know the team's fielding a lot of calls. I know it's not all positive stuff, but do know that we appreciate, all the goods, the bads, and otherwise. I know there's great work, so thank you. We're all doing the best we can here. We're going to get through this. We're going to have a great Winterama. We asked for this, so let's enjoy it. We're going to move on to our confirmation bylaw. Motion reads that the confirmation bylaw 2025-06 be signed and sealed by the mayor and clerk. It's moved by the deputy mayor, second by Councillor Marchand. We'll call for the vote. All in favor and opposed. That is carried. A motion to adjourn at 8:09 is moved by Councillor Waters, second by Councillor Roux. All in favor? That is carried. We'll reconvene committee of the whole in 10 minutes. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. We're going to call our committee of the whole meeting to order for Wednesday, February the 12th, 2025 at 8:22 p.m. Number 2 is our approval of the agenda. We have a motion that the committee of the whole agenda for February the 12th, 2025 be approved as presented, moved by Councilor Roux, seconded by Councilor Vadavonker. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Number 3 is our declaration of pecuniary interest. Do any members have a declaration this evening? Seeing none, if you have one at the time, please do let us know. 4 is presentations and delegations for all sections. We have 2 this evening. Our first one's regarding a presentation from BMA Management Consulting, which we spoke of a little earlier ago, regarding water and wastewater for a long-range financial plan. I'll turn it to you, Brian, if you want to introduce this, and I believe our presenters are here. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Our presenter from BMA Management Consulting is joining us virtually tonight. Jim Braziz is the lead on our water wastewater long range financial plan project, and he's here to provide a short presentation over the work that has been completed to date on our water and wastewater rate study. Emily, do we have Jim online? Thanks. Hi, Jim. Are you with us?
Yes, sorry. Thanks, Brian. Your Worship, members of council. If you maybe go to the next slide, please. Under the Safe Water Drinking Act, there's a regulation 45307. This requires that municipalities develop a 6-year financial plan in order to renew their drinking water licenses. And the town has taken a proactive and integrated approach in this regard. They prepared a 10-year financial plan, although only 6 years is required. And also included is a wastewater financial plan, which is not a requirement under the Act, however, has been conducted. The goal of the exercise is to ensure the town's water and wastewater systems are financially sustainable. And we've done this, we've accomplished this by using capital replacement, debt, and reserve strategies in accordance with leading practices. Next slide, please. At the beginning of the exercise, what we've done is we compared your existing water and wastewater rates with peer municipalities. And to do that, we used a residential property that consumes about 180 cubic meters a year. And on the peer municipalities, the average water and wastewater rate is $1,369. In the case of Penetanguishene, you're at $1,234, and that's about a 10%. That's 10% lower than the average of the peer municipalities. In our we have a database in which we have 120 Ontario municipalities, and in that database of the 120 municipalities, the average was 1,311, and so you're 6% lower than the average of the 120 Ontario municipalities. Next slide, please. So again, in preparation of the plan, in terms of the capital funding strategy, leading practice in this regard is to make annual contributions to the capital program based on the replacement cost requirements as outlined in the asset management plan. And the purposes of this is to ensure that you have funds for the timely replacement of your assets. So we did an analysis on this, and in the analysis, the 2025 capital contributions, they total about for water, they total about $316,000. The recommendation under the asset management plan is to have a contribution of $1.8 million. So you can see there's an annual funding gap in water of about $1.5 million. In the case of wastewater, the recommended annual average in the asset management plan is $3.1 million. Your contributions are currently about 685,000. So there's an estimated funding gap of 2.5 million. So what we've done is you can't raise rates to come up with those numbers in a short period of time. So recognizing ratepayer affordability. So what we did is we built in a gradual increase to eventually come up with the requirements over a 15-year period. Next slide, please. In terms of the reserve strategy, the leading practice is to maintain a minimum balance of 3% of the asset replacement values in a reserve. And this helps ensure that the municipality has funds to cover shortfalls and emergency type situations. So in the case of the water, the capital asset replacement value is $78.7 million. So the target balance on that 3% would be about 2.4 million. Your current reserve balance is 0.2 million. So you're substantially below the 3% target. In the case of wastewater, the asset value is 158.4 million. The target would be about 4.8 million. And in fact, in wastewater operations, you have a negative reserve of $100,000. So again, what we've done is we've built into the financial plan an increased contribution, and we've met the target balances 3% in 2031 for water and 2033 for wastewater. Next slide, please. In terms of the debt strategy, again, looking at leading practice for debt, the maximum debt charges of 10 to 15% of own source revenues is the leading practice. And over the course, you can see the graph there over the course of the 10-year period. The green line is the wastewater debt charges as a percentage of own source revenue. And you can see that it's decreasing over the financial plan. And in fact, in the financial plan, there's no requirement for debt over the 10-year period. In the case of water, which is that blue line, you can see that there's no debt till 2033. There's an extremely large project that comes into play in 2033, and that required a debt issuance of about $9.6 million at that point in time. But if you look at the orange line, you're within that, even though there's that large debenture requirement, you're within the target of 10 to 15% on a combined basis. Next slide, please. So the impact, what we did is we wanted to see the impact on a residential customer, again, using that 180 cubic meters a year. And you can see in 2025, the rate would go from 1,234 to about 1,340, which represents about a $106 increase at $8.80 per month. And you can see from this chart here, the increases over the various years over the 10-year period. So there's slightly larger increases up until 2029. There's large capital expenditures required in the first 5 years of the forecast. And then you can see lower increases from 2030 onwards. Next slide, please. Just to summarize, we have a stable rate revenue increase over the period. The last thing customers want to see is a rate volatility going up and down. So we stabilize the rates over the 10-year period. The financial plan provides a sustainable level of revenue for future rehabilitation replacement needs in a timely basis. There's gradual increase in the capital reserve contributions that I talked about, and we did it on a gradual basis, again, to maintain ratepayer affordability. The plan maximizes financial flexibility in the sense that you have positive capital reserve balances in case of emergencies, and we had prudent use of debt in the forecast period. The plan also maintains programs and services that meet environmental protection standards and adheres to the town's financial policies. That's the end of the presentation, Your Worship, and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Members of council, any comments or questions? Councillor Vadabonker.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Mr. Presenter, for the presentation. My question has to do with the period that was selected of 15 years for the financial plan. I was just wondering why not 20 years?
One of the main reasons is there's a lot of capital at the beginning of the period. And so we had to build that capital contribution quite a bit in the beginning, again, to cover off those capital expenditures in the first 5 years of the plan. And then once we got that base, there was a sufficient base that we could phase that in over the 15 years. And you saw the rate reduction over beyond the 5-year period. If you go to 20 years, there's added risk to it. You may not, again, you may not have the funds available to meet the replacement needs, and also there may not be sufficient funds in case of emergency type situations. And again, looking at ratepayer affordability, the increase that you have, we did do a study, if you like, of the increases on the pure municipalities, and you're still going to be about 6 or 7% below the average of the pure municipalities. So we think that's an appropriate time period.
Councillor Vadabonker, follow-up, or is that answer?
Thank you, Your Worship. I do have a follow-up, but it's just on your last point. So with respect to the chart that you had that showed the averages, are you suggesting then that the municipalities that either in your 120 that you have a database for, the ones that are on that slide, are all doing similar exercises and their rates will all be increasing over the period?
Yeah, like I say, we did look at the 2025 rate increases for the peer municipalities, and they definitely are all increasing. And again, when you look at the increases that they're projecting compared to the increase that we were proposing in this study, you will be about 6% below continue to be below the average. The thing too is that all the municipalities aren't at the same stage in the case of the replacement needs of the municipality. So there's a number of variables that do have an effect on the costs in each of the municipalities.
Thank you. Follow-up, Councillor Vadabonker, are you good?
Another question, if I may. Just with respect to government grants, whether infrastructure or whatnot, how do those factor into the financial planning?
Yeah, if there's any known grants, that's what we put into the financial plan, and that's the extent of it.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
You're more than welcome. Any other comments or questions from members of council? Seeing none, thank you very much for the presentation tonight. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're going to move on, Council, to 4Bs regarding presentation from Archaeological Research Associates Limited regarding our heritage property designation. I'm going to turn it to our planner, Owen Taylor, if you can introduce this for us, please.
Thanks, Your Worship. This presentation is by ARA, the town's heritage consultant, and it's regarding the town's heritage property designation project. This was a 2024 capital project that was undertaken to evaluate the 9 listed properties on the town heritage register, and ARA is going to provide an overview of the process that was followed.
Hi there. My name is Ali. I'm a project manager and conservation specialist with ARA, and I'm looking forward to sharing a little bit about our work with the past year. Next slide, please. So tonight I'll provide an overview of cultural heritage protection systems in Ontario, including discussion on the Ontario Heritage Act and outlining what heritage designation process means. And I'll conclude with an overview of our work with the town so far. Next slide, please. The Ontario Heritage Act, a provincial act established in 1975, gives municipalities the ability to pass bylaws to formally designate properties of cultural heritage value. A listed property is a property included on a municipal heritage register that has been identified as having potential for cultural heritage value, but is not formally designated. Requests to list a property may come from property owners, municipal heritage committees, municipal heritage or planning staff, or local historical societies or residents associations. A listed property may be flagged for further evaluation if demolition is proposed. An individual property designation is completed under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act, and a municipal bylaw is applied to the property title aimed at ensuring the property's heritage features are protected. An area encompassing multiple parcels with cultural heritage value can be designated under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act as a heritage conservation district. Recent changes to the Ontario Heritage Act, first introduced in 2023 and enacted in early 2024, have significantly changed how municipalities apply the Ontario Heritage Act and is what led ARA to working with the town of Penetanguishene. Particularly, these modifications have introduced changes for listed properties in Ontario. This includes limiting time that should be listed on a register. Previously, listed properties had indefinite status. The 2024 changes introduced in a 2-year window for municipalities to decide whether or not to designate a listed property. If not designated within that time frame, the property is removed from the heritage register and any of its associated protections are lost. This also brings us to delisting. Properties removed from the register following an elapsed time frame cannot be relisted for another 5 years. Properties currently listed on the Municipal Heritage Register are considered legacy listed properties and have been provided until January 1st, 2027 to be designated, or after that, they will be removed. The changes also introduced a higher criteria for designation. Previously, a property only needed to meet one of 9 criteria to be determined appropriate for designation. This threshold has been elevated to 2 of the 9 criteria, which I will further explain in the following slides. Next slide. When pursuing an individual property designation, a property must be evaluated to determine if it meets the threshold for cultural heritage value under Ontario Regulation 906. As I previously mentioned, there are 9 criteria in total, which broadly fit under 3 categories you see on the right. As mentioned, a property now must meet 2 of this 9 criteria to be considered for designation. Next slide. For a property to have a design value under Ontario Regulation 906, it must possess one of these 3 qualities: be a rare, unique, representative, or early example of a style, type, expression, material, or construction method, display a high degree of craftsmanship or artistic merit, or demonstrate a high degree of technical or scientific achievement. Next slide. To be determined to have historic or associative value, it must have direct associations with a theme, event, belief, person, activity, organization, or institution that is significant to a community, yield or have the potential to yield information that contributes to an understanding of a community or culture, or demonstrate or reflect the work or ideas of an architect, artist, builder, designer, or theorist who is significant to a community. Next slide. And lastly, to be considered to have contextual value, it must be determined to be important in defining, maintaining, or supporting the character of an area, be physically, functionally, visually, or historically linked to its surroundings, or lastly, be a landmark. Next slide, please. Following Ontario Regulation 906 evaluation, a statement of cultural heritage value or interest may be created. This statement lays the groundwork for a designation bylaw, if it is pursued. As outlined here, a statement of cultural heritage value or interest is a succinct way of expressing heritage value, which often takes a values-based approach. It focuses on what makes a property important. It captures the varied meaning of a place in a single document and communicates these meanings to a broad audience. Next slide. A statement of cultural heritage value is composed of 3 primary parts: a description, what is being designated or formally recognized, the heritage value, why it is important, and a list of heritage attributes, which are key physical elements which embody the heritage value and must be retained to preserve that value. Next slide. As mentioned, the list of heritage attributes directly relates to the heritage value identified in the statement. They are tangible and located within the property boundaries, and they capture the broad character that defines a place. It's important to note that what's not included are elements that do not relate to the heritage value, or elements that may no longer exist, and it does not outline conservation advice, such as prescriptive treatments that are to be adhered to. Next slide. Now, I think it's important to take a moment to highlight what heritage designation does not do. Heritage designation does not include interiors. It does not restrict paint colors. It does not result in higher insurance premiums. It does not obligate a property owner or insurance company to restore or replicate heritage attributes if a building is destroyed or damaged. It does not prevent the introduction of modern conveniences in a building. It does not impact property values and does not obligate the owner to restore lost features. It does not restrict the use of a property, nor does it prevent redevelopment of a property. Next slide. There are actually many benefits to designating a property. It safeguards architectural features, preserves historical significance in communities, and there are numerous environmental benefits to retaining and maintaining our existing building stock. Further to this, retaining our historic buildings actually enhances a place's sense of local identity. These first four contribute to the overall community benefits of heritage designation. These last four are benefits that apply directly to the property owner. Studies have shown that designation can actually lead to increased or stabilized property values. Designation provides the owner with access to heritage grants. In Penetanguishene, this includes the Heritage Tax Rebate Program and grants through the Community Improvement Plan. Designation provides protection against demolition. And lastly, designation also provides management of properties directly adjacent to a heritage designated property. Next slide, please. The process of designation includes several steps. The first is conducting research on a property, which involves an inspection of the property and historical sources to determine if it meets the threshold under Ontario Regulation 906. Following results of evaluation, designation may or may not be proposed in the form of a cultural heritage evaluation report. These reports are provided to a heritage committee to provide local context and recommendations. This is followed by a staff recommendation report, which considers report findings and heritage committee deliberations. Following that, and the step we are at today, a town council meeting takes place to review the staff recommendation. If approved, a notice of intention to designate is issued to the property owners to communicate that designation is being pursued on their property, and an opportunity for appeal begins. Next slide. Now, following that crash course on heritage protection in Ontario, I'd love to tell you a bit about the work ARA did with the town over the past year, which involved assessments and evaluations of several historic properties throughout town. Next slide. ARA evaluated 9 listed properties, which were prioritized for evaluation by town staff and the Museum and Heritage Advisory Committee. ARA completed these assessments on each property between March to August 2024, resulting in 9 cultural heritage evaluation reports. The 9 properties are pictured on the left there. Next slide. The process for completing a cultural heritage evaluation report includes a field survey, followed by a review of research and historic materials, including land registry records, historic photos, directories, newspapers, and previous studies. Using this information, an evaluation under Ontario Regulation 906 is completed, and a draft report, including a statement of cultural heritage value and list of heritage attributes, is provided with recommendations to the town staff as well as the Heritage Committee. Next slide. ARA's findings found that all 9 properties met at least 2 criteria for determining cultural heritage value, as outlined under Ontario Regulation 906, and are therefore considered worthy of designation under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Further, 6 of the 9 properties were found to meet 3 or more of the 9 criteria. While these are ARA's findings, the provincial planning statement does note that cultural heritage value is bestowed upon cultural heritage resources by communities and places an emphasis on the decision-making process of local municipalities. As such, these reports were provided to the Museum and Heritage Advisory Committee and town staff for comment, who are providing their recommendation to pursue designation. Next slide. Regarding next steps, if council approves the recommendation that the property should be designated, a notice of intention to designate is served to the owner and published in the local newspaper and on the town's website as required by the Ontario Heritage Act. If a property owner wishes to object to this prospective designation, they will have the opportunity to delegate to the committee and council for consideration, and they must submit an appeal to the NOID within 30 days. Next slide. I believe this topic will be coming up later in the meeting as a matter for consideration, and I hope this presentation is useful for that discussion, but I'm also happy to answer any questions you may have. Thanks.
Thank you so much for the presentation tonight, Ali. Members of council, comments or questions for the presenter tonight? Deputy Mayor LaRose.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just two things. If we decide that a house should be looked at and designated, who pays for that designation? When you said during your presentation that someone has to go out and evaluate the property or the home, is that at the homeowner's expense or is that at the town's expense?
So the evaluation has actually already occurred for these 9 properties. And maybe I'll bounce this question over to Owen, who can speak about the funding for this.
Owen, if you don't mind.
Thank you. This project was a 2024 capital project. So there was a budget of $35,000, and up to this point, the budget's been expended. There will be a small legal cost should council proceed with designation to register the designation bylaws on title, and that's accounted for in the Planning and Community Development Department regular operating budget.
Follow up, Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you. So we've already spent $35,000 on these 9 properties. Then we're going to give them a tax break if it all goes through. What if the homeowner is not on board? I have a bit of a problem with if someone comes and designates my house without me knowing, and then all of a sudden I'm on the hook to do an appeal. So I just don't quite understand that.
Owen, if you don't mind, please.
Thank you. So the property owners were consulted on this matter. It's outlined in the staff report that you'll see later. That'll be considered later this evening. But there was public consultation held in 2023 through a meeting with Community Heritage Ontario, where the property owners were invited, as well as council members. There was a letter that was sent out to the owners early in 2024 advising them that we're going to be undertaking this project. And there was another letter sent out at the end of 2024 advising them that we've completed this project and that council will be considering it in the new year. We have heard from 2 property owners through this consultation. They have not identified that they intend to object. But if council does decide to move forward, they will have the opportunity to object to the notice of intention to designate, and they will have the opportunity to appeal to the designation bylaw if we do get that far. So they will have that opportunity, but as I said, we are not aware of any property owner's intent to object to the designation.
Thanks, Owen. We'll get into the matters debate with the report there. Anything particular on this presentation for the presenter we want to ask any further clarifying questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you so much for the presentation tonight. And like you said, we'll hear more later with the staff report. We're going to move on. Council number 5 is our council information package. We have 2, one for January 22nd and one for February the 5th. Does any member wish to pull any items for further comment or discussion? Seeing none, we have a motion that reads that the council information package having been given due consideration be received for information. I'm going to look for a mover, Councillor Vadabunker, and second by Councillor Marchand. We'll look for the, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. We're going to move on to 6, Section A is Transportation Environmental Services section. I'm going to turn the chair to Councillor Vadabunker.
Thank you, Worship. We're going to start off with our consent agenda. We have 5 items listed under the consent agenda. We have the proposed 5-year sidewalk maintenance and reconstruction plan. We have the proposed 5-year preventative road maintenance plan. We have the proposed 5-year stormwater maintenance plan. We have the proposed 5-year sanitary sewer maintenance plan. And we have the Midland Penetanguishene Transit Ridership Quarterly update for Q4 2024. Does any member of council wish to pull any of these items for further discussion? Councillor Marshall?
Not looking to pull, but just a quick comment. I'm always pleased to read the transit ridership report, and it's really great to see that we're on an upward pendulum. We've really bounced back since the pandemic, and I'm also really pleased that the senior bus passes have really taken off and been well received within the community. The transit system is running well between this partnership, and I'm just really happy to see that continues to move in an upward trend in terms of ridership.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Your Worship, you have a comment?
Yeah, thank you. I think earlier tonight, Councillor Marchand spoke about our strategic plan, the work, and being involved in celebrating that to the community. Just a small little ask, if maybe staff can take it away. I really appreciate the 5-year sidewalk maintenance. I appreciate our work that we're looking down the path. I recall years ago, we created a map and we said, here's what our plan is in 25. We're not guaranteeing it, but we're thinking, so if people are looking at it, when's my street going to get done? Red zone is 28 and blue zone's in 29. It gives people an idea where we're thinking about doing work. So I'm just wondering if we could maybe push out and see if we could kind of come up with some pictures and just show people our plan. I think that'd be well received. So just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Worship. Anybody else have any comments, any items to be pulled? I'm going to ask for the 2 items to be pulled, the sidewalk maintenance plan and the preventative road maintenance plan, because I have questions of the director on both of those items. So that would leave the other items, stormwater management plan, the 5-year sanitary sewer maintenance plan, and the Midland Penetanguishene Transit Ridership Quarterly Update. And the recommendation would be that the following consent agenda items have been given due consideration, be received for information. So just those items. May I have a mover, please? Councillor Marchand, a seconder. Deputy Mayor LaRose. Any further comment? All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. So if I may then go to the question dealing with the sidewalk maintenance plan. We had, and this is posed to the director, we had an inquiry in 2024 about a request for a sidewalk, I believe along Lorne Avenue. A letter was written in and it was referred back to Public Works. And I was wondering if the director could just elaborate for the public and for members of council, how does a request like that get considered, and where does it fall into our maintenance plan planning process? Thank you.
Thank you through you to Councillor Badabancourt. When we do these plans every year, we update them on an annual basis. We do a 5-year lookout. Starting this year, we've actually incorporated both operating and capital projects into the plan to give a more fulsome picture of the sidewalk and road preventative maintenance that we're doing over the next 5 years. Primarily, these plans are prepared by the road supervisor based on his in-field knowledge, complaints, requests received by staff, and also his knowledge of the networks themselves from the operators. We also base it on our capital plan. So basic sidewalk sections, for example, are included in the reconstruction programs that we have, for example, on Peel, Lucy Street, other road reconstruction projects that we've added to these plans. The requests that came forward in 2024 would be reviewed by our road supervisor and through our capital planning process. It hasn't been incorporated in the 5-year plan, but potentially the 10-year forecast, it could be incorporated. That particular project or request would require a larger capital project to complete based on the length and the drainage requirements. So that's something that could be brought forward for further consideration as part of a capital planning process coming forward.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Any questions on the sidewalk maintenance plan? Okay, thank you. I'm going to now refer to the 5-year preventative road maintenance plan. And there was a section of VL Street from Le Caron to Dufferin that was raised, that section, just actually by myself, because I walk it on a regular basis and noticed the deterioration of it. And I was just wondering, How would that type of request be reviewed in the sense that in the maintenance plan, it has not been included, that section has not been included in any upgrade works? Thank you.
Thank you through you to Mr. Chair. We would follow a similar process that we would follow through sidewalks. So again, the 5-year preventative road maintenance plan is compiled through capital and operating resurfacing programs that go through the road supervisor and myself, and also through the capital planning forecast as part of the T&E budget process. While the particular road section has not been incorporated in this 5-year forecast, we do update these on an annual basis as needs arise. As you can imagine, the roads that we want to get to on an annual basis are much larger than we can forecast to do. We do have to make some tough decisions, but I can say that we can bring that particular road section forward again when we do this again at our next review of the plan.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Any further questions on the road maintenance plan? Okay, seeing none, may I have a mover for recommendation that the following 2 consent agenda items having been due consideration be received for information? Thank you, Councillor DeRush, and seconded by Deputy Mayor LaRose. Any further questions? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you. Moving down then for items for consideration, and we have the water and wastewater rate study, and the recommended action is that the water and wastewater utility rates and long-range financial plan prepared by BMA Management Consulting, Inc. in accordance with Ontario Regulation 45307 be adopted. And that the 2025 water and wastewater rates as outlined in the financial plan be approved as presented and take effect on January 1st, 2025. And finally, that staff be directed to bring forward a bylaw for council approval. So that's the motion. May I have a mover and a seconder, and I'll put it on the floor. Moved by Deputy Mayor LaRose, seconded by Councillor DeRush. So the motion is on the floor. Any questions on the report? Yes, Councillor Waters.
Thank you. So I have a bit of a problem with this. I understand that we should be putting money aside for the, in case we have breakdowns and all that kind of stuff, and that's good planning. And I agree with that. But it's kind of a lot of money to ask our people to pay. I had 2 people talking to me this week about leaving town because the taxes were too high in our town. One was just talking, and the other one is actually making plans, planning to go to Nova Scotia because it's too expensive to live here. It's kind of like in my house. I just recently bought a washer and dryer. I didn't put any money aside, and they broke. I went out and I bought them. Sure, I should have been putting $200 a year aside so that I'd have money for when they did break, but I didn't do it. And I just think that with this, if it could be a little easier on the people, if it was maybe extended over a longer period of time, instead of trying to do it so quickly. And if we do have an unforeseen event, then I guess we have to deal with it at that time. And just in the recent month, we've been experiencing job insecurities in this country, and I just don't know that this is the right time to put an extra, for lack of a better word, an extra tax on the people that are going to be asked to pay for this.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments? Seeing none, I have a couple of comments to make, and I won't repeat what Councillor Waters just indicated, but I have similar concerns. I do support the rationale behind the study and the logic that went into preparing the study. I recognize that from a risk management standpoint, that given our reserve fund balances, that we are in a position that if something did happen, we don't have any money in the bank really to deal with it. We would have to look at other sources of funding, debt, I guess, to deal with that. So I understand the jeopardy from a reserve fund balance standpoint. The concern I have is with respect to the financial plan as outlined. It deals with 10 years. And we had a lengthy discussion about this at section about the time frame and, you know, buying into increases as outlined in the chart that we saw earlier over a 10-year period. And it is significant. I know the percentages don't reflect the actual dollar amounts, but I think the dollar amounts are still significant. So in our conversation at section, we talked about, you know, the study being updated, and our director commented that in reality, what happens is every couple of years, we go back and look at it again. And so I'd like to propose an amendment to the motion, which would introduce a new paragraph after paragraph 2 in the motion that was just read, and that would deal with, and I'll just read it out, and that the long-range financial plan and water and wastewater rates be reviewed again in 2027 before implementing any recommended rate increases for 2028. So that would allow for increases in 2025, 2026, 2027, and that would address, you know, our reserve fund balances. We'd start to address our asset management deficit. But I think committing beyond that, like that's a fairly significant increase just in those 3 years. And saying that we would relook at it in 3 years, I think is important to determine whether we actually need to move forward, whether, as Councillor Waters says, we extend it a little bit longer in terms of the period. And that was my question to the consultant. I said, why 15 years? Why not 20? You know, some of these assets do last longer. And so why don't we look at a longer period of time? So I'm going to hand the chair over to the vice chair so that I can move this motion, and then the motion to amend, and I'll leave it to you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you very much. So what we do is we have a motion on here that the amended paragraph be added to the presentation. So I'll look to anybody to move that and second it, and that's moved by Councillor Vadeboincourt, seconded by Councillor Marchand. Is there any discussion on the amended paragraph? Your Worship.
Thank you. I hear what Councillor Vadeboincourt's proposing. I suspect the result would be the same if BMA were the company and come back and provide us advice, but I'd love to hear our director's perspective just to see his viewpoint on this. I also just want to comment on Councillor Waters' perspective. I hear you, but I think we have to be mindful of what we provide, and I think one of the things we provide is safe drinking water. And I don't want to jeopardize our system. I don't want to jeopardize our assets. I don't want to jeopardize what we do to save $106 per resident per year. I would be comfortable with 106. I'd be comfortable with 126. But I'd really like to hear our director's perspective on the Councillor Vadeboincourt's position, if you don't mind.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through Mr. Chair to you, what Councillor Vadeboincourt is proposing, which is a reevaluation or an update to the study before the end of 2027, as I understand it, which would be in line with the last 2 or 3 water and wastewater rate studies that we've completed. We've typically done a review every 2 or 3 years. So I would have no issue with reevaluating the rates at that time. And hopefully by that time we've got some good news in terms of funding for some of our larger projects during the course of that time. And it would trigger a reevaluation regardless of the amended motion. We would take it back to council and do a review. So I don't have any issues with the amended motion.
Thank you, Brian. Is there any other questions? Councillor Darash.
Just a few comments, I guess. I guess when we do budgets, we review these rates annually anyway. We have them in front of us. We could comment at any point in time if we have any concerns. Secondly, I think over the years, government hasn't done favors to their residents. We're in a pickle in all, I think in most governments, we're all in the same pickle. We haven't banked, we haven't, we've wanted to please taxpayers and not increasing rates forever. No tax cuts, all this stuff, except that things are costing more money for everyone every year. And we don't do any favors by procrastinating, putting off tough decisions. And when it comes to water, when it comes to those essential services, I think that to be responsible, I feel that it is important to look at these studies and realize that we need to start paying for the services we receive, and we need to start saving money for those what happens if. And so I know that it's not, certainly nobody wants to see those increases, but that's the cost of clean water. It's a cost of providing those services. And I feel that for me, the responsible thing is to stick to it and to hold tight, and at least people know what they can expect from year to year. When we change the goalposts, it's difficult for people to maybe budget and to plan. So this way, this is how it is. This is what we're doing. And so I will not be supporting the motion to reevaluate. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I have one. And when we discussed it at section, a lot of it was just to make sure, not a fulsome report like this. We just wanted to make sure that we are still in line. It was very surprising to hear that we're 6% above or below the average. And it was nice to see that over the 10-year planning program that we were still going to be 6% below the average, which is good. If we can supply good, clean water, get rid of our projects that need to get done, and stay around the average, that's a good thing. One of the other things that was brought up is that I had mentioned earlier, we went down to see the Minister of Infrastructure. If we were to receive funding, because the funding for those projects are built into these rates, that could change what we get by $5 or $6 million possibly. So that was a good time to say we wouldn't know that for a year or two in construction and so on. So the quick little review of the rates just to make sure we're on, I don't think anybody has a problem with. It was partially though, just in case we did get some upper tier government funding, just to make sure that then the rates maybe could relax a little bit or stay on par a little bit or level out a little bit. So with that, we will call for, I do believe, madam, we do have, all right, if we do have a mover and a seconder, we will call for the vote. All in favor of the amendment? All those opposed? And that carries. With that, I will pass it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So now we'll have the main motion as amended. Are there any questions or comments on the main motion as amended? Everybody's clear? Madam Clerk, we're clear? Okay, I'll call for the vote. There was a mover and a seconder, so I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. That was the only item for consideration on tonight's Transportation Environmental Services agenda. We have referrals. I'll read the recommendation that the Transportation Environmental Services section endorse the following additional existing referrals to upcoming agendas and staff. We have the septage disposal and treatment resolution, and that's expected in Q1 of 2025. And pedestrian crosswalk paintings, and that's expected in Q1 2025. Does anybody have any referrals that they'd like to propose be added? Seeing none, I'll call for a mover and a seconder. Deputy Mayor LaRose, Councillor LaRue. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Question period from the media and the public. Yes. Welcome. Please come to the microphone and identify yourself and ask your question and make your comment.
Hi, my name's Connie, and members of council. I was at the water and waste water rate presentation, and I learned that the reserve deficit of $3 million for the wastewater plant, I learned about it. Anyway, the presenter also gave a formula on how to recoup some of that deficit, and I'm assuming that you'll be looking into that. And also, once in a while when I leave our home, there is something in the air that makes me wonder if all things aren't just right at the plant. The waste reserve needs to be there in case there is an issue. That's basically all I wanted to say. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Your Worship, there's nobody online, so I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Vadebunker. Brian, if you don't mind, just the member public that just brought up a question, I believe there's a question about smells. I'm assuming it's coming from our Philip H. Jones sewage treatment plant. We've talked about this quite a bit about you can only investigate what you know, and I think we need to encourage the public to let us know. Can you just guide us through that process a little bit so we understand what that is and how it helps staff, if you don't mind?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks for the question. Yes, absolutely. So if you're we'd like to encourage the public that are walking or traveling near the sewage treatment plant or the Fox Street sewage treatment plant to report any instances of odors or issues that we can investigate. Because if we don't know, we can't source those issues out. So we do encourage people to bring those comments forward, whether it be to the town office or the Public Works office, and we relay those messages back onto the wastewater treatment operators so that they can work on and resolving those issues.
Thanks, Brian. So those reports are important. I do know we had something in the fall, and once it was communicated to staff, we're able to find what equipment needs fixes. So please do report that in. Call the office, come to the office, let us know. But when we do, the appropriate reports will be filed, and those are reported, and they're mandated reports as well. So thank you for that, and thanks, Brian, for that follow-up. Okay, let's move on to the next section, Council. It's number 7, Section B, regarding recreation and community services. I'm going to turn the chair to Councillor LaRue.
Thank you, Your Worship. On our consent agenda, the recommended action is that the following consent items have been given due consideration be received for information. One is the Penetanguishene Library Board meeting minutes of November 25, 24 and January 6, 2025. And second is a memo from Director of Recreation and Community Service, OTF, Ontario Trillium Foundation Capital Grant. I have a mover and a seconder. Deputy Mayor and Councillor Waters, does anyone have any concerns, questions in regards to any of these or want to pull any? Councillor Marchand?
Thank you. Just 2 comments and maybe a question. I was happy to see that our neighbors from Tiny Township have come back to the table in terms of utilizing our library once again and supporting it from a financial perspective. I'm really hopeful. I've certainly had feedback in community that there's continues to be disappointment that our library is not open on Saturdays. Many take their children there on the weekends because they work during the week, and so I'm really hopeful because I think the January 6th meeting looked at extended hours with that funding coming back and possibly Wednesdays or Saturdays, so I'm really hopeful that we do see our library back open with more hours. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Just a little bit of clarification for Councillor Marchand. We did look at it in January, but the funding that our neighbors are committing to us is nowhere near what it was. So our funding will probably be cut in 70 or 80% of what it used to be. So it's still not enough to fund. We're still closed Wednesdays and Saturdays. We are looking at making a different change in our hours to try and accommodate to get even a 4-hour opening on Saturdays. So we'll be working on that on the 24th of this month.
Councillor Rush.
Thank you. My comments are along the same lines. My understanding is that our usage is down, and that's why we're not getting the same amount of funding. And because of the uncertainty that we lived last year, I think it makes sense. But with the cut in hours, that aggravates it, because now folks who could possibly, I think prior to 2024 was, I think, we had extended hours during the week too. We had some days that they were open later than 6 o'clock, so that if you're, you have your dinner, you can go to the library for a couple of hours. But now with Wednesday and Saturday not being available and not anything after 6, I think folks may have opted to use other services to be able to find that flexibility. So I think there probably has to be a longer, some brainstorming around how to get people to start using again, because I think yes, we definitely don't have the money because, as it says in the minutes, our registrations are down substantially. So I'm sure that it's in good hands with 2 representatives on that board, but I hope that we continue to work with the board to try to, and I know programming's not our deal. I know that's not our deal here at council, but certainly we encourage them to try to network and to brainstorm to start bringing numbers back up. Thank you.
Your Worship.
Thank you. Just a couple of small questions. I want to echo what Councillor Marchand brought up. One, I guess it's just a small comment. I read the minutes CO approved. I'm not sure what that means. It should be a board approved minute, not the CO approved minute. But what I think Councillor Marchand is saying and Councillor Rush is saying is this is an operational piece that the library board is responsible for. But what I think is, we give a grant of so much money and our community is asking for service levels that's different. We need to encourage the board to respond to the community demand. If that means augment or change or whatever, I think that's the work that the board needs to work on. Because I'm hearing the same thing about evening and the Saturday approach. I don't know if there's been a lot of staff reductions at the library. I haven't heard that. I've actually heard recently they're talking about hiring new staff. So I think we got to push a little bit. Maybe in the future bring a motion saying we're a little disappointed about those service levels. And push that back to the board. But I echo you, and hopefully our 2 members can bring back what I'm hearing as council feedback and sentiment. Thank you.
Any other comments or concerns? The fact of the comments that have been made, we have our 2 reps to the museum board that can bring this discussion up, the comments that were made by other members of council. And with that, I call for the vote. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Moving on to matters for consideration. One is the small tour boat RFP results. Recommended action that the staff proceed with negotiating an agreement for boat tour operations at the wharf with the proponent who submitted proposal B in response to the request for proposal, and that staff be directed to bring forward the bylaw with the agreement for council approval. Mover and a seconder. Deputy Mayor and Your Worship, any comments, concerns? There being none, all in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Number 2 is the Ships Company of Penetanguishene Agreement. The recommended action that the draft agreement as presented in attachment number 1 between the town of Penetanguishene and the Ships Company of Penetanguishene be approved, and that the Chief Administrative Officer and Director of Recreation and Community Service are hereby authorized to make minor alterations to the agreement that does not substantially change its content, and finally that staff bring forward the necessary bylaw for council approval. Mover and the seconder, Your Worship, and Councillor Waters. Any concerns, questions? There being none, all in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. We have the referrals to upcoming agenda. And we have a number of them that the Recreation and Community Service section endorsed the following additional and existing referrals to upcoming agendas and staff. 1 is a skateboard park review. 2 is the GBCSC Cycle of Hope event, the McGuire Park Pickleball Courts, Memorial Opportunity, and Canadian Museum of Water and GB Heritage League. Does anyone have anything they want to add or remove? There being none, mover, Deputy Mayor, and Councillor Vallée-Bonnecoeur, all in favor? And that is carried. Question period from media and public. There are none. And so, Your Worship, it's back to you.
Thank you so much, Councillor. Maybe if we can ask our director, Sherry, if you don't mind. I appreciate the work we're doing on the skateboard. I know there's a public information center coming up on that very shortly. Do you mind just giving a little understanding to everyone so they can understand how they can contribute, if you don't mind?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate you bringing that forward. So it has been some time before this, since this has been on the COW agenda. We are in preparation for that referral item. We are doing a public information center on February 20th in the evening. It will be here, 7 p.m., but there's a virtual option as well for anyone who would like to attend virtually. Our consultant has done an assessment of our skate park and is going to present some options of how the town can move forward. And they're seeking public input on those options. And then we will bring a report back to council and they will present their findings to council as well to make a decision. We have circulated the information to all the schools as well. So hoping that we get some youth out and to participate. Thank you.
Thanks, Sherry. And I think we're doing a great job on these public informations that people are already saying, I'm going to go, and other people saying, do the survey. So thanks for doing those reach outs. And I think the communication's been great. Thank you. Number 8, Section C, Planning Community Development Services section. I'm going to turn the chair to Councillor DeRush.
Thank you very much. We have 2 consent agenda items today. The first is the Committee of Adjustment meeting minutes, September 30th, 2024, and the second is the minutes of October 28th, 2024. And the second item is a memo from the Municipal Law Enforcement Officer regarding the monthly activity report for January 2024. And the recommended action is that the following consent agenda items, having been given due consideration, be received for information. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Leroux and seconded by Councillor Marchand. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. All in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. We have 3 items for consideration. And the first is the notice of intention to designation of 9 listed properties, report PL-2025-09. And before I read the recommendation, are there any questions regarding this item? Seeing none, we'll proceed then with the recommended action. And it is recommended that staff be directed to serve a notice of intention to designate on the following properties pursuant to Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act: 13 Fox Street, 13 Peel Street, 21 Peel Street, 26 Water Street, 27 Church Street, 47 Chatham Street, 50 Robert Street West, 58 Robert Street East, and 131 Main Street, and that should no notice of objection be received by the clerk of the Corporation of the Town of Penetanguishene within 30 days of the publication of the notice of intention to designate, the designation bylaws, attachment number 1 to staff report PL-2025-09 be passed, and staff be directed to carry out the requirements as prescribed under section 29(8) of the Ontario Heritage Act. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Leroux, seconded by Councillor Waters. No comments, no questions? We'll go to the vote. All in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. The second item is the results of public meeting for zoning bylaw amendment, file number ZA4/2024, 65 Nettleton Drive, report PL-2025-10. Any comments or questions regarding this item before I read the recommendation? Seeing none, then we will proceed that the zoning bylaw amendment file number ZA4/2024 application be approved on the basis that the application is consistent with the provincial planning statement and to the County of Simcoe official plan, the Town of Penetanguishene official plan, and represents good planning for the reasons outlined in staff report PL-2025-10, and that a bylaw to amend the Town of Penetanguishene Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw 2022-17 be passed. We'll ask for a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Vaudemont, seconded by Councillor Marchand. We'll go to the vote. All in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. Okay, item number 3. Let's see if it goes this quick. So it's the update. I wasn't here last meeting, but I watched the show, so I'm prepared for another one. Number 3, update to parking strategy recommendation, PL-2025-12. And before I do read this recommendation, I feel that maybe we'll want to discuss, maybe have some questions or some discussion around this coming back. I'll open the floor. Councillor, Deputy Mayor LaRose.
Just to keep it happening, you know, we want to make sure part 2 is as good as part 1. Geez. Having read this, having looked at it, I am not happy at all. I don't think the consultant did a good job. I think the results are very poor. I don't believe that staff has had the appropriate time, nor has council had the appropriate time to look at these things, and that includes the town dock parking, the 2-hour parking on Main Street, the 5.4 meter spot on the hill. For an example, we stopped on Main Street and measured our snowbank, and it was over 1 meter wide. If you take 1 meter off of that 5.4, as Councillor Vadeboncourt did at our last meeting, when he measured his vehicle, a small vehicle couldn't park there. So where we are with this is that not only can pickup trucks never park on Main Street, no cars could park on the hill for the entire winter unless we change something. So to me, this is all way, way, way too early. Too many changes need to be brought forward. So I understand the want, the need, the desire to have a pick for this. And I think it would be really incumbent upon us to have a public information center, see what the residents are looking at, see what the business owners on Main Street are looking at, see what the boaters and stuff are looking at. So my one quick, we won't go into great big details, is just I would put forth a motion that would say that we just receive this for information. Use this information to go to our public information center and go from there. If we start, in my mind, agreeing to this, then we're locking it in. Then we're saying, oh, 5.4 meters, you can't park. Oh, anything longer than 2 hours, oh, can't park. the people that need 4 hours at the hairdresser, some designated spots, some parking permits, all those things. We need to suss all that out first, long before we accept these considerations. So that would be my only thing, Madam Chair.
Thank you for those comments. Yes, Councillor Marsha.
Thank you. So when we look at the report, I think it's important. I think one of the first points highlights that this was an undertaking in 2024. This project was informed by public consultation, including public and business surveys, stakeholder engagements, and meetings. So everything you're asking to do has already been done. The other piece that when we read the staff report, the recommendation clearly states possible changes to limit vehicle lengths on the main street, possible changes to permitted parking, and possible changes to added accessible parking positions. I think it's important, words matter. We've had this discussion, and I think that's a piece that I've learned in, my time in council, is that the validity and the importance of staff reports and all the work and effort that goes into it and all of the pieces around ensuring we're doing more engagement. And to your worship, your point, the feedback has been really positive. We are doing a lot in community to really get their feedback. We've done this, we've done the due diligence. And I think using this snow as an example today, there's going to be things that fall outside of our circumstances that happen. Like the snow, I don't think we're going to actively go out and take our measuring tape and decide the length of the snowbank and the vehicle and ticket people. That I don't think is really the intent. These are things happen in environments that we don't always have control over. There was extensive feedback around the dock master plan and our committee around parking, because that's all we've ever talked about. We can't seem to get to the next phase of what our vision looks like. And I just, parking is just such a hot topic and a button. And I think this report also talks about the ability to look at having flexibility. Do we do something different for residents than non-residents in terms of lengths and different things? You see lots of, there's like, in the town of Midland, if you want to go to the post office, it's a 10-minute parking spot. You pop in and go get your mail, and then you come back out. So those are all things that are available all over the place in terms of having different abilities and flexibilities. But I think it's really important. We've done this due diligence. The report is clear. We did a lot of the work last year. And again, the wording is about possibility of changes and limits. It's not saying that we're committing to it from that perspective. So I'm going to support the report as it's presented and don't think that we should defer it again.
Thank you for those comments. Councillor Vanderwalker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the appropriate time, I'm going to ask that the clause dealing with the town dock be separated out and voted on separately. So I'm just giving you notice. I know it's not on the floor yet, but I'm going to be requesting that it be taken out and voted on separately. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Anyone else? Yes, Mayor Rawson.
Thank you. I know that we as a council approved the parking strategy. We were the ones that approved the consultant to do the work, and that work was completed and it came back to us. Whether we like the results or not, it's before us. I don't like everything in the report. I've been open about that. And I agree, Councillor Marsha, they did go out and do surveys and the like. But one thing I think our staff have done a great job on is our public information centers. And I think last time, I actually think we were close on amendment last time, but then we had a motion to defer. I believe this council was probably pretty united on let's go to public through one public information center, which our staff has illustrated, they've done a tremendous job. A year ago, a little more than a year ago, I don't know if as a council we're all on board with our ATV trial. And through that public information center and the good work staff did on feedback, consultation, the survey process, it changed some of our minds. And I think the process before us, and I think one piece that was missing was that pick, I'm okay, even though I don't like everything that's here, if we bring this forward and we say, let's do a public information center and let's see what the public thinks. It's one more opportunity for them to give us the feedback and then bring that back. I think that would do us well. I think it would do the community well. Then this council can then make decisions on 2-hour parking, 5.4 or otherwise, based on the work that we've sanctioned up to this point, and then based on one more public meeting that we're asking the public, we need to hear from you. I really think that's important, and I really think we're close on adding that last time, which I felt everyone was on board with. I'd also agree with what you said, Councilor Marshall. I don't think we should defer this. I think tonight, let's figure it out. How do we get to where we need to get to? So when we're ready for motions, I'm going to suggest we add in the PIC component. With that, I would be 100% able to support this, but I also echo Councillor Vadabonker that I do think we've got to parse out the town dock piece, because I think that's another contentious issue that requires a different eyesight, because I think there's different components to that element.
Thank you for those comments. Any other comments from anyone? Yes, Councillor LaRue first, and then Councillor Whittemore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would support Deputy Mayor's concern that it come to us as information only, but I would also want to see added to that that a meeting of the public be had to discuss the parking matters, and that it specifically states and specifies merchants, downtown street merchants.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Whittemore.
Thank you. And I understand, I heard what the mayor and Councillor Roux said, and I just wanted to make the comment that there is a very good policy dealing with implementation of traffic and parking amendments, and it talks about public consultation and whatnot and the process that's there. So if an amendment is being considered, making reference to that policy in the motion, I think would be a good move.
Okay, thank you for that. Hearing all of that, I guess we'll read the recommendation and we'll go from there. The recommended action is that staff be directed to operationalize any recommendations regarding line painting and signage to improve parking downtown as necessary within existing budgets, as per the parking strategy study by LEA Consulting Limited, dated October 2024, or Lee Consulting, dated to October 2024, and that staff be directed to explore the following proposed changes during the traffic and parking bylaw amendment process. Number one, possible changes to limit vehicle lengths on all part of Main Street. Number two, possible changes to the permitted parking time limits downtown, including short-term parking spaces for quick turnover. And number three, possible changes to add accessible parking spaces downtown and the town dock. And further, that the recommendation from the parking strategy study to consolidate the town dock parking area into one area sufficient for 53 boat trailer parking spaces and 109 passenger vehicle parking spaces be included in the design as part of the town dock secondary plan and master plan project. And further, that staff be directed to consider the recommendations of the parking strategy study and future road reconstruction projects. And finally, that staff be directed to bring a report back on establishing a parking permit system for Penetanguishene, including necessary staff resources and budget support. So can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Mayor Ross and seconded by Councillor Marchand. And yes, Councillor Whittemore.
Thank you. Now that the motion's on the floor, I'll ask that the paragraph dealing with the town dock be separated out and voted on separately. Thank you.
Can I get a seconder for that? Seconded by Deputy Mayor LaRose. Any other comments on that? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote for the amended portion to remove the dock parking recommendation. All those in favor? Oh, yes. Councillor Whittemore, do you want to?
Yeah, and I'll defer to the clerk, Madam Chair, because I don't know if it's actually something that needs to be voted on, or is it just done as a courtesy to the member who has requested it. So I don't know the procedure. So I'll defer.
Through you to the chair. Thank you for that. I would recommend a vote on that, as it's a pretty substantial change. So I would recommend a vote from council.
Okay, thank you. So we do have a mover and a seconder, correct? Yes, moved by Councillor Whittemore, seconded by Deputy Mayor LaRose. So we'll go to the vote, unless there's, well, sure, you can comment. But again, if it's new information, sure, but we've heard. right? We've had a roundabout already. So if it's new information, no worries. Councillor Rodebacher and
I'm
Deputy Mayor
confused.
LaRose.
Are we voting on separating it out, or are we voting on that paragraph?
We're voting on taking it out, as you mentioned. That's what
Okay.
you wanted, taking it out of this recommendation. That's how it stands. That understanding? Okay, so the vote is to remove that out of this recommendation, to separate it from this recommendation. Separate it.
Separate and
Okay?
vote on.
Yes. That's good. So we'll go to the vote. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, so the motion is carried. So now we will deal with that issue separately. Now we're with the recommendation as stands without the town dock information, with the separation of the town dock. Are there any? Yes.
I just think for clarity, we have a motion on the initial motion. I kind of think we should deal with that. I almost feel like that's a separate motion. We should deal with that after the first one.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, so we're going back to the recommendation that was read with the town dock, with the whole recommendation intact, right? Yes, minus the town dock. So we'll vote on that. Oh, comments first. Yes, Deputy Mayor LaRose.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to reiterate, if we go through the process of calling this a done deal, and then we're going to come back and say, well, 2 hours isn't enough. Oh, we need to designate the first 3 things. We need to change the angle parking. 2 hours at the top of the hill is fine, and 1 hour at the bottom of the hill is fine. All these changes, why are we changing it until we've made a decision on what we want to change it to? So at this point, I would make a motion that we receive this for information only and carry on to our Public Information Center.
Mayor Rawson.
So this is where we were last time, and I think we got complicated. I think we got lots of motions flowing here. So here's the way I see it. Right now, we've got this motion. We've parsed out the town dock, which we'll deal with in a second. I hear what Deputy Mayor is saying. This motion, as we see it, and I'll just read number 1, 2, 3, possible changes to the limit vehicle length. Nowhere to say council said you have to have a vehicle that's X length. What I would suggest is we need that into this motion, and we'll look to the Madam Clerk in a minute, and I think we did a lot of work on this last time, that we just need that in, that staff be directed to conduct a public information center and report back to Committee of the Whole with those findings. Then that the next Committee of the Whole, we can make decisions on 5.4, 9.4, 3.4. We're just saying, let's go to public and find out possible changes too. Possible changes too. We're not directing, we're not mandating, we're not saying anything. We're just saying, can you please go and ask the public? And I think it provides guidance to what the conversation's going to be when we go to public. And I really feel we're all there. I just think we're hung up on 5.4, 3 spots, 2 spots. All we're saying is, can we go out to public? Madam Clerk, if I can, I think we did a lot of work on this last time. I don't know if you still have that written down, but we had a little bit of an amendment. I believe it said that staff be directed to conduct a public information center and report back to Committee of the Whole with recommendations regarding, and then it was all the motion based on what we got from the feedback. That's what I would suggest. But Madam Chair, maybe the Madam Clerk can help us.
Okay, and just before, again, as Councillor Marchand mentioned, we've done this. We've done the PIC, we've done the stakeholder meetings, we've done it with our committees, we've done a lot of consultation, and this is where these ideas came from. So safety on Main Street, that came from this consultation. Permitted parking times, that came from these consultations. Accessible parking, it came from the consultation we did. So this isn't something we dreamt of. This is the feedback we received when we did the consultation. If we want to go back again to hear the same, and it'll be the same because we're consulting the same people, then sure. But I think I guess it would be really erring on the side of caution to go back. But anyway, those are my comments. And yes.
If I can, Madam Chair, I don't think that's accurate, and I don't think it's factual, and here's why. Yes, we did public consultation. We did not do a PIC. The consultant did surveys, they knocked on doors, but at no time did we as a community go out and say, we're planning on changing parking to 2 hours. We went out and consulted public, and the consultant came back to us and said, here's what we think. The benefit of us doing a pick is saying, we as a council have heard this from our consultant, and now we're going to go to public saying, we are considering implementing these changes. What do you think? We've never gone to the public saying, we're considering changes. We just asked for the feedback. The pick was never completed.
There's one thing, the consultants didn't say, this is what we think. This is what they heard is all. So it's semantics, I guess. So, yes, Madam Clerk, any feedback?
Would you like me to read the motion that the mayor was proposing?
I guess the recommendation that we have on the floor effectively is what I heard anyway, is that we want to add a public information center to discuss these certain these proposed changes that we're seeing here. Is that correct? We're proposing a public information center to discuss the changes that are being proposed through this. That's all it is, effectively. So if we can just add that to this, that's all we want. So if maybe you can read that, and then we can suggest that amendment.
Thank you, Chair Dresch. So the amendment would read that staff be directed to operationalize any recommendations regarding line painting and signage to improve parking downtown as necessary within existing budgets as per the parking strategy study by LEA Consulting Limited dated October 2024, and that staff be directed to seek public input through a public information session and report back to committee with the following proposed changes during the traffic and parking bylaw amendment process. 1, possible changes to the limit vehicle lengths on all or part of Main Street, possible changes to the permitted parking time limits downtown, including short-term parking spaces for quick turnover, possible changes to add accessible parking spaces downtown and the town dock. And further, that staff be directed to consider the recommendations of the parking strategy study in future road reconstruction projects. And finally, that staff be directed to report back on establishing a parking permit system for Penetanguishene, including necessary staff resources and budget support.
That's it.
I would move that.
Okay, so we don't have to stay on the floor right now, so we can move that as a clear, yes. So moved by Mayor Rawson. Can we get a seconder? Yes.
There's just a comment before we do that, Madam Chair. Under number 3, where we're saying possible changes to add accessible parking spaces downtown and the town dock, I feel that the town dock should be eliminated from that since we've taken it separately. So I think that back part is that it should be downtown and remove the dock.
Okay, is that, everybody's okay with that? No big outcry? Okay, so we'll remove that out. And so it's.
So then I will second the motion.
Okay, then seconded by Councillor Leroux. Any comments or concerns regarding this motion? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. All in favor? Opposed? The motion, opposed? The motion is carried. Okay, yes, we did. So now we have to deal with the town dock portion. And Councillor Rodemakar, you suggested to separate that from this motion. Did you want to speak to what you'd like to, what your vision is with this piece?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. What I'd like to see is I'd like to see it go on the table, and then I'm going to cast my vote in opposition to that motion. So it needs to get moved and seconded to be put on, and then that's my goal.
So the recommendation is that there's a recommendation from the parking strategy study to consolidate the town dock parking area into one area sufficient for 53 boat trailer parking spaces and 109 passenger vehicle parking spaces that it be included in the design as part of the town dock secondary plan and master plan project. And that there also be possible changes to accessible parking spaces at the town dock. So that's kind of the intent of that recommendation.
I'll read that paragraph.
Okay.
Yeah. And further that the recommendation from the parking strategy study to consolidate the town dock parking area into one area sufficient for 53 boat trailer parking spaces and 109 passenger vehicle parking spaces be included in the design as part of the town dock secondary plan and master plan project.
Okay, so can I get a mover? Moved by Councillor Fedemokar. Can I get a seconder? You're not moving it? Okay, moved by Councillor Marchand, seconded by Mayor Rawson. Okay, we'll open the floor for discussion. Yes, Deputy Mayor LaRose.
We'll just go quick. We won't go into it. Everybody's already heard our spiel. They're looking for one item, one town dock. So if I went down there, took my truck and trailer, launched my boat, I'm going to go park over wherever I want on the paved portion or the gravel portion, and I have to pay for my parking. You come down to the town dock to get a hamburger, you pull in right beside me and it's free parking. That's absolutely ludicrous. The second part I'll say is we had one consultant at the beginning of our town dock ad hoc committee with a parking recommendation. Now we've had a second parking one. Neither one of them were close. And our ad hoc committee did agree on parking last meeting. I was going to say a month, but the last meeting at 112. We voted on it, and I think there was you and one other person that voted in the negative on that, and the rest of the committee voted yes, but we have not had a meeting since to make it happen. So when you look at, we have 140 some odd now, we're breaking neighbors' fences, we're parking them in places we shouldn't be parking. So to cut that down, what would be the ramifications of all of that? Where are you going to put 50, 60, 70 trucks and trailers on all of our side streets? And the consultant never looked at that. The consultant looked at one day in a picture that they hung a camera on a pole. Nothing to do with the weather, nothing to do with nothing. So to me, the town dock one, let the ad hoc committee deal with it as it comes back, and then we'll have 4 different recommendations to choose from.
Yes, Councillor Fedemokar.
Thank you. My interest is to maintain the area that the current parking takes up. Going forward, when the area is redesigned, I would be advocating that there be a primary parking area and there be secondary. And the secondary could be used for other purposes. And when there is a peak period, you open that space up and it's used for parking for that peak period. But in the other periods, it could be used, it's a asphalt surface, could have shuffleboard on it, could have other activities painted on the pavement, and it can be used for other things. But it's available in the peak time. You take the bollards down, you take the barricades down, and the area is still there for parking. So what the motion is saying is that the parking area be reduced, and that is of concern to me, because once you've reduced it, then you don't allow for that overflow. And I would like to see that a primary and secondary. So that's why I'm going to be voting against that recommendation.
Councillor Marchand.
Because I love talking about parking so much. I think the piece, so I think those are great ideas. Those are discussions that need to happen at the ad hoc committee that we established. But when we can't even talk about solutions other than actual physical spots, we're losing track of the big picture of what we envision that entire space to look like. And it's I get parking is important, and I respect that. However, if we're not thinking about how we're going to utilize the property in its totality, being so consumed with where we're going to put a boat and trailer for 8 weeks of the year versus all citizens for the entire time frame. We know peak seasons. The consultants did work on peak times. We didn't like the first report. They came back and did some additional reporting in terms of, yes, they put a camera there so they didn't have someone physically sitting down there. But I think the piece is, it's about the master plan of the town dock, and the master plan means more than just where are we going to park from that perspective. And so I like the proposal from Councillor Bedevancourt. There are a lot of things that we haven't even had a chance to explore and look at. What are some additional options and different ways to utilize it? And so I think that's the piece that I feel that we get stuck on, is we don't look at what the bigger picture of what that space could be and what it could mean for all of our residents, for tourism, and as a place to attract people and have really great things. We're having our Winterama will be down there, right? There'll be no parking downtown. There'll be no parking at this weekend down at the town dock. There will be no parking for Winterama. There wasn't any last year because we held all of our activities down there, and wow, the streets were full. There was people everywhere. Is it going to be even harder because there's snow everywhere? It may be, but people will park, we'll figure it out, and we'll walk further distances. So I think at the end of the day, this is meant to be like a multi-purpose attraction and space. And we used it last winter, and there was no parking down there, and people survived, and we parked in different locations, and we were able to really utilize that space. And that, to me, is the vision of how we want to look at that space. Change is hard, and it's not just about ensuring that we have the parking. I get that it's important that we want to be able to have it. We know in other municipalities you have to park in other side streets to be able to launch a boat and then park. We're not saying don't have any parking. That's not what we're saying. We're just saying that we need to be strategic about it. The consultants talked about best practice is 80% of parking. You never build a building and have a parking spot for every single person that works for your building. No, you don't. I'm sorry, but if we go back and look at best practices, I work in a very large building. There is not enough parking for every single person that works in that building. That's the nature of buildings and parking and designs. And so those are my feedback. If we pull it, then it comes back to the ad hoc committee that we talk about it in a bigger, broader perspective and not just about the physical way we park a vehicle.
Thank you for those comments. Anyone else want to weigh in? Anyone else want to weigh in? Mayor Rawson.
I think before us is an opportunity. And I think, we got to look at our long range. What is the focus? I appreciate the last line of this amendment, part of the town dock secondary plan and master plan. I know Andrew's been working hard to complete this project with the master plan with the county for a couple of years now. I also think this council, we are responsible for the outcome. And I was at a couple of town dock advisory committee, and we institute that committee to guide this council with forward motion, where we want to go. And I would agree, Councillor Marchand, I'd agree, Deputy Mayor LaRose, a lot of the conversation I heard was all parking. Like how many spots and boats and trailers and this, that. I didn't hear us get past a certain point. I think we didn't give enough guidance on, do we want X or do we want Y? I think we said a little more of this or a little less of that, meaning green space or parking, but I think the definition, we own that. I heard you tonight, Councillor Marchand, saying it should go back to the committee, but I'm not sure if we're going to get more result from the committee. Like I almost feel like it's at a standstill, meaning I think we got a lot there, meaning I heard the deputy mayor say tonight, we voted on it, or we did that. I think you said it was all but 2 people said we want it to be like this. So I'm wondering, we as a council need to either give more direction and guidance what we want from that committee, or we need to think about, do we close that work of that committee because we're not seeing the next step. We're not seeing the next iteration of where we want to go. We got to come up with a plan. What do we want to do in this spot? Because we have so many people providing us guidance. We've talked about multiple consultants, multiple people doing assessments. At the end of the day, we got to give that direction. What do we want? I don't know if it makes sense to go back to our advisory committee when we don't know what we want here and now, and it sounds like we're at odds. So I think we need to be clear on what we want from a vision standpoint, outcome perspective. And I think we got to think, if that advisory committee has a role, then let's engage them. If we don't, we think the work's been completed, then let's say the work's been completed. But there are some great ideas, and you brought that up, Councillor Vadebunker, about maybe we got control point A and control point B, and we can have some work, but we got to give that visionary standpoint where we want to go.
Thank you for those comments. So I think we had the secondary, anyway, the town dock committee, we had their mandate here at the table. We agreed that we gave them direction. We agreed that what we wanted to see, we gave them, we gave them the authority to start hashing it out and going forward. So I think the direction's been given, and I think that we need to believe that with time they're going to get there.
We've only had
So-
3 meetings.
Yeah, so we're going to vote on the motion on the table, and we'll go from there. So everybody clear about the motion that we're voting on? It is, yes, Mayor Ross.
So for all of us, and I hear the Deputy Mayor speak, could we maybe ask, if Andrew would provide some clarity? So question, 53 boat trailer parking spaces. So I assume that's our traditional, where the gravel part where boats and trailers park, 53. How many is it today? Is it a gain or a loss? 109 passenger vehicle parking spaces. Is that the entire totality of the paved parking lot today? Or is that plus that and what the gravel traditional launch ramp area? So just so that we're all on the same page, we're all speaking the same speak. What does 53 mean? Is a plus minus? What's 109 is a plus minus? I think it just helps us all make an informed decision.
Director Betty?
Yes, thank you very much. Through you, Madam Chair, to His Worship. So the motion as it reads would be a reduction, I believe, of 2 boat trailer spaces from the current existing, and it would be a reduction, I believe, of 61 passenger vehicles from the existing. That's what was provided in the LEA presentation last week. With indulgence, just to add that the intention of this motion was to provide some direction for the design, and it is a minimum of parking areas. We have some information that's suggesting that we know what we need as a minimum. This is not suggesting that there couldn't be additional parking or more parking added. It's just to provide some space allocations to inform the master plan design process, if that's at all helpful.
Thank you for that. Is it new? Okay, so Councillor Vadebunker and then Deputy Mayor LaRose.
Thank you. And the director made a comment there about space allocation. And I just wanted to reinforce that was my point, is that when you're dealing with the space for the number that exists currently versus the space allocation for what is proposed, it's a reduced space. And that is in my mind, that's the issue. So,
thank you. Deputy Mayor LaRose.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I totally disagree with you, Andrea. I have a hard time. I go down there, not 8 weeks. It's more like 20 weeks of the year down there in the boats. And I counted more than 10 different occasions where trucks and trailers accounted for 140 spots. So to make sure, I checked with our wharf master, and you can tell by sales and who was there and how many we issued and didn't issue and stuff like that. It is well close. And that's why at our last meeting, we were at 120, some people were smaller. That's why we agreed at 112. But I have seen many days down there where I've personally counted 140.
Okay, so thank you for those comments. We'll go to the vote. It's voting for the 51 and the 53 boat trailer parking space and 109 passenger vehicle parking spaces. And we do have a mover and a seconder. So all in favor? Opposed? The motion is defeated. Okay, so we will now go to our referrals to coming agenda and staff. We have 4 referral items. The first is the cell tower public notification procedure. The second is 161 Church Street. Options for future use, including parkland and other options to define and clarify use. There is a loitering bylaw and user fees, providing options for revenue such as paid parking at Waterfront Park. And the recommendation is that the Planning and Community Development Services section endorse the following additional and existing referrals to upcoming agendas and staff. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Marchand, seconded by Councillor Waters. Any items that should be removed or any wants to add? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. All in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. Question period from the media and public. Seeing none, we'll move that back to you, Mayor Rawson.
Thank you. Number 9, Section D, Finance and Corporate Services section. I'll turn it to Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Your Worship. Under consent agenda, we have 2 items, the 2024 financial indicator review and a memo from the Chief Administrative Officer regarding the update on economic development options. Before I move forward, any questions or comments about those 2? Your Worship.
Thank you. If I can, I wouldn't mind pulling the second one, the CEO's update regarding economic development, for a little bit of discussion after you're complete.
We'll pull that item and we'll proceed with the one item that the following consent agenda item, having been given due consideration, be received for information. The 2024 financial indicator review based on 2023 FRI data, report FIN-2025-01. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Councillor DeRush, seconded by Councillor Waters. All those in favor? That motion carries. Okay, so we will we've removed that memo. Your Worship, go ahead.
Thank you very much. So we have this update from the CEO. If Council recalls, last year we asked staff to do an evaluation of possible opportunities for economic development through an economic development officer in the community. And we asked that we look at that from the County of Simcoe. And we've been doing that work, and I know the CEO has been doing that work with the county. I brought that forward through the Economic Development Committee at the County of Simcoe. And I've made that very clear to Economic Development Corporation or Simcoe as well at our board meetings that we're doing that work. And we've been updated, and everyone here is aware of where we are with EDCNS, and they did report to us a little while ago. But I think we're at the part of time in our journey where we need to make a decision, what do we want to do as a council? In this report from our CEO, he does identify 3 bullets there that the town of Midlands approved funding for EDCNS amount of $87,500, a reduction from their $120,000. When EDCNS was here in November and delegated to us, the funding formula that we had agreed to was based on population, and the population gave us the number that we did. Since then, Midlands budget process, they took the budgetary amount from EDCNS, the $350,000, they divided that by 4 and said it's even Steven by all 4 municipalities. And that's how they came up with their $87,500. Tiny has not said they're in or out, but they've reduced their forecasted amount based on the population base, and they said, we're going to put a placeholder in the budget for $25,000, but not necessarily going to go to EDCNS, and they've not made a decision. Today, the Township of Tiny has decided to withdraw from EDCNS. Tay, did I say Tiny? My apologies. Tay Township has decided to withdraw from EDCNS, and they are now going to be actively pursuing a relationship with the County of Simcoe as well. Now, I want to start by saying I believe wholeheartedly the board that's here today and the new executive directors there today is probably 9 months to a year too late. I really believe they would have been here a year ago. A lot of this probably would have changed, but we're now at the part where we need to decide, are we going to go in or not? And it's going to go in with us and just Midland. And are we willing to do this from an even Steven? Are we going to look at population base or percentages, or how are we going to do this? I think we've spent a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of effort. And I know from my lens, the County of Simcoe delivers great service. I'm looking forward to seeing what a possible relationship is going to look like. And I know that's coming to us next month. I also want to say 2 years ago at this council table, we had this very same conversation about EDCNS. And I'm going to read the motion that we did 2 years ago. February of 23. We said that the town of Penetanguishene directs the CO to freeze any grants and funding to EDSNS until the satisfaction of the EDSNS board and council of the town of Penetanguishene of the following. Review and implement a new realignment of the governance structure that reflects the municipality's funding of EDSNS. What we meant there is each of the 4 municipalities fund 100%, but the municipalities get 4 votes, 1 for each town. That has not been done. Provide a clearly defined strategic plan, key enablers, metrics, accountabilities that reflect the funding municipality's priorities, which has been adopted by the new governance structure. A lot of positive work has been done on that. And this new board came in place in the summertime, July, and I would say there's been good effort put towards some KPIs and some metrics and some planning, but there's a lot of work to be done on this element. Provide a fully costed operating budget that aligns with the strategic plan and adopted by the new governance structure. We don't have a new governance structure. We do have a good board. Fully costed operating budget. One of the biggest things when I say we, the member municipalities weren't happy about was previously it was based on a percentage of our budgetary amount. 0.75 of our operating budget is how we got there. And some were including last year's policing, not last year's policing, and it wasn't clearly defined on how we came up with that funding formula. We did a lot of work and came up with the population base, which I believe we're all on board for. And since November, even that's gone away. AK Midlands now said we want to do this number divided by 4. So we don't have that. That the new governance structure, strategic plan, and operating budget be presented to Penetanguishene Council. That EDSNS has 6 months, remember this was February 23, to complete these milestones to the Penetanguishene Council satisfaction. Upon successful completion of the governance structure, strategic plan, operating budget, that the CEO will be directed to release the operating grant, and that the governance structure, strat plan, operating budgets are not endorsed by council, that notice is provided on the town of Penetanguishene withdrawal from EDSNS. This motion was provided to the board, was provided to the executive director. Everyone's been aware, and we've talked about that on a regular occurrence at EDSNS. I really believe we're at that time where we need to make a decision. At our last board meeting, the question was, when will we be making a decision? When are we going to know where we're going? And like I mentioned, 2 of 4 partners have now bowed out. I feel strongly we put money into this. I think the CO provided us a memo today to say, hey, this is where we're at. And I know we're going to hear what this is going to look like. I anticipate it's coming next month, but I think we need to make a decision. I'm going to say tonight, I think we need to move forward and say it's time to withdraw. I think it's the right thing to do. I think we've tried our hardest. I think it's unfortunate. And I think some of these collaborative relationships that we've done, unfortunately, have gone upside down. And it's unfortunate, but the best for our community, I believe strongly, is that we end our relationship at EDSNS and we move forward with a new proposal, and I look forward to hearing what that looks like. So, Madam Chair, I just wanted to comment on that report that the CO did provide us. I'm going to provide a little bit of that context, and I'm open to any comments or questions that were there. And I would turn to the CO or clerk if they want a motion or if we want to send it back for staff, but I do think we need to bring formal notice to withdraw. I'd be happy to move that amendment if that's the right time.
Would we perhaps add it at further down when we look at upcoming agenda referral items and make it a referral item?
I'm happy
like
to.
now, or put it as a referral?
I'm just suggesting like it's time for staff. So if staff want to take it back and write a report and come back, happy to. If we want to do it tonight, I'm happy to do whatever. I'm just suggesting I think they've done a lot of the work. So.
CO Lee's comment?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm happy if committee would like to make a motion tonight to withdraw from EDSNS, and it would better inform my report for March and then subsequently council for April.
Thank you for that. Your Worship, do you want to put a motion forward?
I would be happy to. Maybe I'll look to Madam Clerk to help, but I would take the last sentence of that February 23 motion that states the town of Penetanguishene hereby provides notice to withdraw from the Economic Development Corporation or Simcoe.
Could we move that then? So you're moving that to seconder? Councillor Waters, any more comments or questions about that? Excuse me. Councillor Bedevancourt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there a time frame related to that? Like, is it 3 months? Is it 3 weeks? Is it, just curious.
Yeah, it's a great question. We actually don't have anything in our agreement about that, Councillor Bedevancourt, and I think that's one of the problems. And Tay Township, when they withdrew from Cultural Alliance, they actually said in the future, when there's future joint ventures with other municipalities, we need these 3 things. good paperwork. We need to understand the relationship and the entry and the exit and governance, like all these key pieces, because they were missing. But to your point, maybe we could ask staff to follow the X rule to exit, like direct staff to do all things necessary to exit when appropriate. But I would suggest ASAP.
Any follow-up on that? It's a good point. I think if there isn't clarity, but also being fair in terms of if it's appropriate 30-day notice or, but to execute right away. Okay, any other comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, for matters for consideration.
Madam Clerk, Madam Chair, you may need to ask the clerk. I don't, because that was on the consent. I'm not sure if we need to move that, but for clarity, I don't know. I'm just.
This motion would be going to council next month to be ratified as a consent agenda item.
That's fine. Okay, before I read the lengthy, I mean that in the pause. The motion before us regarding Cultural Alliance in the Heart of Georgian Bay Committee Partnership CL 2025-02. Is there any comments or questions that want to be had by any members of council? Your Worship.
Thank you. First, I want to thank Councillor Darash. I know, a lot of work has been done on this, and I think this is another unfortunate circumstance where member partners, have decided to withdraw. I think the unfortunate victim here is our cultural entities in our community. My only comment tonight is I just hope we can keep our budgetary component in our budget. And I want us to work forward on how we can make this meaningful in our community. And I'm sure we'll come up with ideas and strategies, and we'll keep this close to home. But thanks, Councillor Darash. I know it's been tough. I know it's been hard sledding, and we will do what we need to do to make this an important component in our community.
Thank you. I'd echo the same sentiments. It is unfortunate that we've come to this point. However, without having clear-clad agreements right from the onset, we do find ourselves here. I think I'm optimistic with the committee looking at a festival that is culturally specific. This may be an opportunity to really have that engagement across the various municipalities and really focus on that from a highlight perspective. Councillor Darash?
I just wanted to draw councillors' our council's attention to our future agenda items. There is one item about Cultural Alliance, and it is to provide options for the town on how to move forward with culture initiatives. So it's on the radar. Staff's very aware, and I know that they're working collaboratively, even with our neighbors, to brainstorm as to moving forward with culture in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other comments before I read the motion? Okay. Okay, the recommended actions are, whereas council received the correspondence dated December 13th, 2024 from the Township of Tay regarding their withdrawal from the Cultural Alliance in the Heart of Georgian Bay, and whereas the Cultural Alliance in the Heart of Georgian Bay, Cultural Alliance, is a joint committee comprised of members of volunteers from the town of Midland, the town of Penetanguishene, the town of Tiny, the Township of Tiny, the Township of Tay. The committee operations were funded from these municipalities, while the activities were funded through various cultural-related grants. The Cultural Alliance operated under their approved terms of reference, and whereas the town of Midland provided resolution to the Cultural Alliance, including one part-time employee and various administrative functions that were jointly funded by the 4 partnering municipalities, and whereas at the November 6, 2024 Committee of the Whole meeting, the town of Midland Council unanimously carried a notice of motion to obtain a report of the future of Cultural Alliance, and whereas at the December 4th, 2024 council meeting, the town of Midland Council were provided with 3 options on the future of the Cultural Alliance and selected option 2 to withdraw completely from the Cultural Alliance as of April 2025, which was carried 6-1 in a recorded vote. This decision was undertaken
taken without any further discussion with the municipal partners, this decision will ultimately put an end to the Cultural Alliance. And whereas at the December 11th, 2024 Committee of the Whole meeting, the Township of Tay passed a motion to withdraw their membership from the Cultural Alliance effective December 31st, 2024. Being the financial year end of both the Township of Tay and the Cultural Alliance. Now, therefore, be it resolved, 1, that the Town of Penetanguishene withdraw their membership from the Cultural Alliance effective April 30th, 2025. 2, and that the municipal clerk be directed to oversee the Town of Penetanguishene's official withdrawal from the Cultural Alliance. 3, and further that the municipal clerk be directed to provide a future report to council on the disposition of assets and liabilities that will remain, including the project revenue surplus of $17,000 at calendar year end and annual subscription fees related to software licensing and website social media. 4, and that further the municipal clerk advise the Town of Midland, Township of Tiny, and the Township of Tay of the decision. And finally, that once the disposition of assets and liabilities of the Cultural Alliance is completed, staff report back to council with options for cultural opportunities moving forward. Can I get a mover and seconder? And a glass of water. Councillor Darash, seconded by Deputy Mayor LaRose. Any other comments or questions? I didn't hear that. Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That motion is carried. Thank you. Referrals to upcoming staff agenda. And thank you. The motion did talk about the withdrawal effective April 30th, 2025. And we did also make reference to how we were going to move forward on that. So upcoming referral items, we have 3 items. The paper ballot consideration of the 2026 municipal election, which is due to us in the second quarter of 2025. Cultural Alliance, which we've just spoken about and it was part of our last motion. And digital signage, which will come to us in Q3 of 2025. Any additions, changes, amendments? Seeing none, that the Finance and Corporate Services section endorse the following additions and or existing referral items to upcoming agendas and staff. Can I get a mover? Councillor Betabancourt, seconder, Councillor Darash. All those in favor? Carried. No. I apologize. Thank you. That motion is carried. No questions from the media or public. I hand it back to you, Your Worship.
Thank you so much. We're looking for motion to adjourn at 10:22. It's moved by Councillor Betabancourt, second by Councillor Marchand. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you.